Chairperson. How are you? Good to see you. You had a late night.
Guys didn't come for the gala dinner.
Our lunch finished at dinner time. Okay, no, but please take it.
We're still having our lunch next.
Yeah. We're still having our lunch. Yeah, we're going to have lunch. Oh, yeah, just like that. Oh, okay. Yes, lunch. Yes.
What did you say about Poland? Did she send any
Yeah,
apology?
she's going to come later.
Because yesterday she was really struggling.
Yeah, she told me. How are you? How are you, my darling? You're right next to me, yeah? Are you up?
How are you?
Oh, good morning. How are you?
I'm good, my darling.
How did you sleep?
Very well. I was tired. We sat for too long
You
there.
slept for too long.
Hour. So
Besides,
I took a shower then.
Yeah, I did tell her, but she wanted to sit. She says she wants to stay. She wants to go do her things. We're going to start.
And then I went into a bar. Again, I got into
This is the Department of Education. The Minister of Education at this time, so it's going to be disabilities.
Very good morning. Good morning, everyone. It is now 9:36, 6 minutes after our start time. And though everybody is not with us at this moment, I do think it's important for us to start so that we can let you present on time, so that you're able to leave on time. But let me start by firstly saying good morning to everyone. Thank you for joining us this morning. We will be having a very important discussion, and so we really do value the time that you have set out to be with us this morning. I would like to start by acknowledging the presence of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. Next to me is the co-chairperson for this morning, who is Honourable Kanile. To my right is the whip of the committee, Honourable Megan Chauke Adonis. She will introduce herself in a minute. We are also joined by colleagues of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education and their support team, and thank you very much for joining us. I would also like to acknowledge the presence of the MEC of Social Development in the province of Gauteng, Honourable Faith Masibuko. I know she likes to be on the ground, so this is painful for her to be here this morning, because she wants to be out there with the people. So thank you for making time to be with us, ma'am. Thank you very much. I also want to acknowledge the delegations of the provincial departments of education, of health and social development. We are also delighted to be joined by the Department of Police and the National Prosecuting Authority. Thank you very much for being here. We are also this morning very happy that the city of Ekurhuleni, councillors of the city of Ekurhuleni have joined us, as well as the city of Johannesburg, the Oversight Committee on Gender, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I also want to extend a warm welcome to all NGOs that are here this morning and all delegations present, all our support staff from Parliament. Good morning and welcome to all. By way of introduction, I'm Liesel van der Merwe. I'm the chairperson of the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities. I'm going to just set the scene a little bit and tell you why we have all gathered here in this fashion. So on the 22nd of July 2025, the National Assembly of the Republic of South Africa passed a motion which was first passed by the House in August of 2024, in which the House noted the crisis of statutory rape, where young girls are forced into motherhood and adulthood prematurely, and that many victims are unaware that they're being violated. Furthermore, it was noted that teachers and nurses are aware of these crimes, but yet they fail to report these to the police. Moreover, there was also an acknowledgement of ineffective oversight by all responsible authorities on this issue. Hence, the National Assembly mandated then the Portfolio Committees on Social Development, Education, Health, Justice and Police to confer with one another on the development of a joint public participation program to receive submissions on this matter, to review legislation and, if necessary, recommend amendments to enforce mandatory reporting of statutory rape by teachers and nurses, and to report back to the National Assembly on 30 November 2025. The amended resolution passed on the 22nd of July of this year also included the Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, and the members are seated here on your right, and gave us the responsibility to be the lead committee. So phase one then of our program consists of the first leg of engagements with yourself, our stakeholders this morning here in Johannesburg, whereafter we will move to the Eastern Cape. The second leg of the stakeholder engagement will also entail requesting various portfolio committees to then engage with various stakeholders at a parliamentary level between 10 and 12 November. The purpose of our engagements this morning and our initial 4-day stakeholder engagement is to A, establish the prevalence of statutory rape of young girls and identify difficulties in this regard with regard to the accuracy, availability and reliability of statistics, to obtain a coherent understanding of mandatory reporting, the requirements and challenges with implementation, and to determine what is required to enforce mandatory reporting of statutory rape. We will also then have a second leg of engagements after the first leg, which will take us into 2026. So the work that we are embarking on this morning with you, our esteemed stakeholders, is only the first leg of the process. And we've invited you here, our stakeholders today, to brief Parliament on the scale of the problem and where relevant to provide us with statistics and disaggregated data as an understanding to understand the magnitude of the problem that we are facing. Stakeholders have also been asked to identify their key issues of concern as well as highlight best practices. In doing so, establishing what is working and why. In terms of mandatory reporting, stakeholders would indicate based on their experiences what the problems are. Finally, stakeholders have also been asked to put forward recommendations in terms of policy and law, service delivery, training and capacity building, resources and other issues that you deem fit. I want to say that as a Portfolio Committee on Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities, we acknowledge that South Africa is in the midst of a crime crisis. We are in the midst of a gender-based violence crisis, and that teenage and child pregnancy is also a crisis. And we can only overcome these challenges if we unite to tackle them. I want to once again thank all of you for your willingness to avail yourself this morning to present to all of us and to participate in this very important stakeholder engagement. I want to underscore that today for us as members of Parliament, your elected representatives and lawmakers will be a listening exercise. We've come to listen, We've come to take note and we've come to learn. And we do so because we acknowledge that our children deserve better. With those few words, I'm going to hand over then to my colleague, Honourable Kanile, that will take our session forward. But I'm going to ask that honourable members first move the mic down and introduce themselves so that we understand who's in the house.
Thank you very much, and greetings to honorable members and our officials and also our esteemed guests from various organizations and stakeholders. My name is Sekgofatso Megan Chauke Adonis. I am the whip of the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in the National Assembly, and I am a person with disabilities deployed by the African National Congress.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning to your good self and everyone in the meeting. My name is Fisani Shabangu. I'm a member of this portfolio committee coming from Mpumalanga.
Good morning to all of you. My name is Fezeka Mbiko. I am a member of this committee, and I'm from the National Assembly. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Honorable Mabel Huekana Akasheli Brown. I'm the member of this committee, and I represent Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kukuletu Mchunu. I'm a member of this committee and deployed by Umkhonto Wesizwe Party. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Jasmine Peterson from the far west of Joburg. I'm a member of this committee representing the Patriotic Alliance.
Good morning. My name is Khosi Letlape. I'm an alternate member of the committee, and I'm a member of Action SA.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Nazli Sharif. I sit on the Portfolio Committee of Basic Education, and I represent Gauteng. Thank you.
Morning, everyone. My name is Advice, Councillor City of Johannesburg, proudly representing Action SA.
Good morning, everybody. I am Councillor Gia Shumba, proudly representing Action SA. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Kamorelo Mohlala, Councillor from City of Johannesburg, deployed by Action SA.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Maureen Mnisi, coming from the City of Johannesburg, GEODC Section 79 Committee. I'm deployed by Democratic Alliance.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, everyone. My name is Yongama Zigebe. I'm the chairperson of the Section 79 Oversight Committee on Gender, Youth and Persons with Disabilities in the City of Johannesburg, deployed by the United Democratic Movement. Thank you.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Councillor Kiane from Eguruleni. I am deployed by ANC, African National Congress.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Teki Somutsupi, deployed by the African National Congress. Oh, from Eguruleni, sorry.
Sorry, good morning. I go by the name of Councillor Siabonga Muloi. I'm the chairperson of Gender, Youth, Children and People with Disability, Section 79 in the City of Ekurhuleni. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. I'm Councillor Marlies Herbst, also part of the GCYP committee.
Okay, I think let's then ask you to introduce yourselves, Kashifa and Team Vawa.
Good morning to the honourable guests. My name is Kashfa Abrams. I'm the content advisor to the Portfolio Committee for Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities.
Good morning, honourable members and guests. My name is Crystal Levendale. I'm one of the researchers that provide support to the Portfolio Committee.
Good morning. I'm Tasneem Matthews, researcher to the committee.
Good morning. My name is Yolanda Seeley, Executive Secretary in the Office of the Chairperson.
Good morning. I'm Lula Metodo, a committee assistant of this committee. Thank you.
Good morning, honorable members. My name is Yoni Swalandu. I provide communication support for the committee.
Good morning, honorable members and guests. My name is Nomvula Kiba, unit manager within the committee section space. Thank you very much.
Good morning, honorable members and colleagues. My name is Mvaba Tumezweni. I am the secretary of the committee. Thank you.
Morning, members and everyone in the house. My name is Pando Chikelo. I'm the Parliament's photographer.
Good morning, honourable members. Llewellyn Brown. I'm the committee secretary for the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education. Thank you.
Good morning, honourable members. Protocol observed. My name is Madime Chakekana. I'm the researcher for Basic Education Portfolio Committee.
And then maybe just because we saw the Action SA coup here earlier, I'm from the IFP, deployed, and Honourable Kanile is from the DA, since we were acknowledging our political homes. Colleagues, then I think what we'll do is thank you, Chairperson Molloy, for joining us. Thank you very much for being here. We know that child pregnancies are at its highest here in Ekurhuleni, and I'm sure you will be sharing your insights in that regard with us. So I'm going to hand over to Ms. Kanile, who will then call our presenters for this morning.
Thank you very much, Honourable Chair, and greetings to all of you, ladies and gentlemen. The chairperson has covered me during her opening remarks, so I'm not going to repeat what she has said. I will then move into calling Ekurhuleni councillors and Amaqhawe. And please do note, presenters, that there's 30 minutes that is allocated to yourselves. Thank you so much. Okay, the presenters can move to the podium. There is a podium over there. It's going to be Ekurhuleni councillors and Amaqhawe. Okay, I think what we should do while the city of Ekurhuleni is trying to sort themselves out, can we then move to city of Johannesburg, the councillors, to go ahead with their presentation for 30 minutes.
Good morning. Am I audible?
A bit louder, really voice.
It's unfortunate that the new lot of young politicians don't have a steward voice, a shop steward voice. You see, I'm mixing the whole thing.
We can hear you now. Audible.
Thank you very much. No.
Just hang on, there's a point of order. Yes. Okay, Mama Shirley Brown. Of the presentation. I'm sure the chairperson will make that available to us. Or you can just email it to the team and they can put it on our group. Yes. He will share his presentation.
Honorable Chair, thank you very much for this opportunity. We are visitors in Ekurhuleni, and we have been given an opportunity to welcome everyone by being the first ones to present. Honorable Chair and honorable members, MECs present, senior officials from the Department of Education, the Department of Health, Social Development and Community Safety. Let me just say all protocol observed. We would like to thank you as a portfolio committee for taking up this work this morning with the seriousness that it deserves. We are not gathered here for a ceremony. We are here because statutory rape, whether the law names it acts of consensual sexual penetration with children or acts of consensual sexual violation with certain children, remains painfully present in our communities. Disclosures still die between a principal's office and a police desk. The first 72 hours when care and evidence can rescue both a life and a case are still lost to confusion, transport gaps, or just a mere comeback on Monday is problematic. This gathering matters because it is where compassion meets and becomes coordination, where mandatory reporting becomes a reflex in every school and clinic, and where one clear pathway carries a child from disclosure to care, investigation, and justice. The message from the GOD committee in the city of Johannesburg is clear and precise. We are saying one survivor, one story, and one life. In 2024, colleagues, Gauteng's public health system recorded 23,691 pregnancies among girls aged 10 to 19. 521 of these were in the 10 to 14 and 23,170 in the 15 to 19 band, with a further 4,840 terminations recorded for 10 to 19-year-olds. These are official figures tabled in the provincial legislature. They do not capture every instance of statutory rape, but they expose a scale of harm that the justice and care system must match swiftly and consistently. The criminal law already defines the offenses with clarity. Section 15 of the criminal law says sexual offenses and related matters. Amendment Act makes sexual penetration with a child aged 12 or older but under 16 an offense regardless of purported consent, with narrow closing age exceptions. And SAP's crime statistics recognize acts of consensual sexual penetration with certain children, statutory rape, as a distinct category. The question is no longer what the law says. It is whether our practice causes the law to live every day in every ward. On the ground, we have seen how quickly harm can be organized and how decisive first hours must be of importance. In Diepkloof, Soweto, you'd remember that 8 primary school boys were allegedly dragged and raped at gunpoint. The Gauteng Department or Education MEC condemned the assault and confirmed an arrest during the investigation. That case, shocking as it is also instructive. It tests whether disclosures triggers an immediate chain of protection, of care and investigation,
without a child repeating trauma. Johannesburg Pathway is built to make that chain automatic. Our recommendation is to standardize a survivor-centered intake that if any frontline adult can initiate the moment a child speaks. The first trained adult, teacher or nurse or social worker or officer must open a single case reference and the same day trigger the 3 actions: a direct handover to a named FCS detective, clinical care with 72 hours, including post-exposure prophylaxis, emergency contraception where applicable, and forensic examination and psychosocial support for the child and caregiver. Everyone thereafter works off that one file so that the survivor is not made to retell their story at each door. This is not extra bureaucracy. It is a doorway, and it mirrors the Tutuzela Care Center logic that time-sensitive clinical care and evidence collection must happen within 72 hours. We further recommend hardwiring contactability. Every school and early childhood site must have on paper and on the wall its designated social worker and FCS officer, mobile numbers and duty hours. Every clinic must display its FCS liaison and district social work lead. We did not know who to call should no longer be said in a city like ours. Alongside that, each sub-district must maintain at least one child-friendly reporting room and a simple transport mechanism so that if a facility cannot provide any part of the essential care package, the child is moved that day to the nearest site that can. The clock is clinical, it is legal and moral. We cannot protect what we refuse to count. Johannesburg proposes a minimal interoperable statutory rape data set that is captured the same way by education, health, social development, and SAPS. Survivor age, alleged perpetrator age or age band, incident location and reporting source, time to first clinical care, and case milestones from report to charge, trial, and verdict. This data must be de-identified, privacy compliant, and published monthly at precinct level, with quarterly tabling for oversight, so we target hotspots and fix bottlenecks in public. One compulsory field should be added to all teenage pregnancy records in health and education files. Was a statutory rape report made? If not, why not? That single question closes the worst blind spot between pregnancies and open dockets. Duty without capability is a slogan. Duty without consequences is a suggestion. We recommend embedding child protection indicators in the performance compacts of principals, clinic managers, and station commanders. Time to first case, time to docket, proportion of the relevant teen pregnancies accompanied by reports, and the share of cases with victim accompaniment. For willful non-reporting by mandated professionals, we support proportionate graduated consequences, beginning with compulsory retraining and written warnings, and escalating where behavior does not change, balanced with good faith immunity so honest reporters are protected. The Children's Act Section 110 framework should expressly recognize these protections and obligations in the guidance that accompanies it. Because statutory rape is not only a provincial competence, in practice, we also propose that national and provincial legislation mandate defined roles for municipalities, with funding and norms attached. The Constitution permits assignment of functions to municipalities where local administration is most effective and capacity exists. And the Municipal Systems Act sets out the mechanisms of such assignments. Parliament should use these tools so metros are not mere referral points, but accountable duty bearers for specific bounded functions. Maintaining child-friendly rooms, ensuring after-hours access to the essential care package, where cities run clinics, arranging transport within 72-hour window when a site cannot provide. convening weekly case flow hurdles with FCS and district clinical leads, and publishing the identified dashboards described above, embedded in the IDP and SDBIP, so budget, timelines, and accountability are real. Intergovernmental compacts should formalize roles, information sharing, and escalation routes, so families are never bounced between spheres. Where a function is assigned, funding and reporting lines must follow. Johannesburg accepts that recommendations mean timelines and targets, not just intentions. Within 90 days, if at all, we can work this out after Parliament has done their job. Issue the pathway circular and contact cards to all public schools and municipal clinics and brief their management. Complete a readiness check of kits, after hours rosters and transport, and fix gaps with owners and dates. Publish ward level survivor services maps that families can print or forward on WhatsApp in the dominant local languages. Address the worst school route hotspots with lighting, patrols, and CCTV links where feasible, and table the first de-identified precinct dashboard with a narrative of blockages and fixes. By 6 months, we will have trained citywide, placed case managers in cluster nodes, opened at least one child-friendly reporting room per sub-district, and instituted weekly 1-hour case flow hurdles. By 12 months, we will judge ourselves by outcomes. A significant increase in child survivors reaching clinical care with 72 hours. A material reduction in attrition from charge to trial in pilot clusters. Full coverage of trained, equipped schools and clinics linked to named contacts. Live services maps in every ward, and quarterly dashboards delivered on time. The on protecting girls. The Deep-Proof case is a stark reminder that predators hunt vulnerability, not one gender. Finally, we ask Parliament to lock practice into law, consolidate and clarify the duty to report across mandated professionals, including explicit municipal frontline categories where appropriate, paired with good faith immunity and proportionate penalties for willful non-compliance. Right the 72-hour clinical clock and the obligation to arrange transport into mandate a national interoperable minimum data set with monthly de-identified reporting from education, health, social development and SAPs, and feedback loops to municipalities. Standardized child-friendly procedures, limits on repeated interviews, provision for video statements where appropriate, court preparation services, and fund them. Tighten the close-in-age exception so that it cannot be misused by adults. Use constitutional and systems law assignment provisions to give municipalities bounded funded responsibilities that make the pathway real, closest to where children live. Johannesburg is not here to describe a problem more eloquently. We're here to organize solutions and accept measurements. If we repair the line of sight with honest data, lower the barriers to reporting, protect those who speak, empower municipalities alongside provinces, and put teeth and resources behind these obligations, then mandatory reporting will move from a clause to a culture for the girl who should never have been pregnant. for the boy who thought he had to keep quiet, and for every child whose dignity we are sworn to defend. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Zikebe. That was very insightful, and you've done a great research. I think when you mentioned the statistics, just to try and browse through your presentation, when you mentioned that in the province there's more than 23,000 young girls that are falling pregnant, you even mentioned that 10-year-old are giving birth. This gives us an indication that when these girls give birth at 10 years, it means they would have fallen pregnant when they were 9-year-old. So that's the reality we are actually faced with. You also mentioned your statistics. I can see we have Department of Health, Education, and SAPS as well. Your statistics touch on terminations, that is more than 4,000. You didn't touch on anything that is related to STI together with HIV and AIDS. I believe that health is going to cover that. And I am not sure if we have a statistics that is coming from the private hospitals. You also mentioned issue on evidence collection that must be done within 72 hours, which I think it is a suggestion that is progressive. However, I believe SAPS and Health today need to tell us what is the current backlog when it comes to the issues of DNA, because we are all aware that one of the issues, the cases of this kind, they don't end up in court or being resolved or having convictions. It is the fact that we have a big backlog when it comes to DNA testing. And Department of Education, you have mentioned an issue that within 90 days after Parliament has done its work, there must be circular that is sent to school. I would like the Department of Basic Education to touch on the issue whether they are now checking the teachers if against the National Sex Offenders Register, because we have read on many instances that even teachers are now violating our little girls. Without wasting any more time, I believe Egoruleni is ready. They can proceed. Thank you very much. Mr. Demoloyi, you have 30 minutes as well. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Honourable Kanyile. Before the councillor takes the podium, I also just wanted to welcome the chairperson of the National Youth Development Agency, Dr. Miende. And Comrade Dulcie, you didn't introduce yourself. Please introduce yourself. Your fellow councillors did introduce themselves.
Good morning. Apologies, Chairperson, for coming late. It's not how IFP do things. My name is Dulcie Manganyi. I'm a councillor in the city of Johannesburg, and I'm also a member of the GOD committee.
Thank you. Over to you, City of Ekurhuleni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, and good morning to all members of the committee and maybe our colleagues from other cities. Like I said earlier, I go by the name of Siabonga Muloi. I'm the chairperson of Gender, Youth, Children and People with Disability in the city of Ekurhuleni. Let me just say this in forward, Chair. We were not told to prepare a presentation as a committee. I'll just go highlight on what we discuss, maybe as a committee in the city of Ekurhuleni, and maybe what we think must happen.
Okay, just offer an apology. I'm sorry that we didn't communicate that properly, but please do just give us a highlight in setting the scene.
Yeah, thank you very much. I think I'll try my best to give you the scene of our job as a committee in the city. Like I said, I came into you'll forgive me a bit. I'm just out of the hospital. I'm 3 days out of the hospital. I was in ICU for 7 days, so maybe I would not put some weights together properly, but I will try. I think I'm 3 days outside of the hospital, so I had to honor the committee. What we do as a committee in the city of Ekurhuleni, mainly we deal with issues of gender, but our focus is HIV and AIDS and the statutory rape concerning because of the stats that we have as a city. We mainly focus on those working with NPOs because we don't have a mandate as a city to be dealing with some of the things. We take the mandate from the province, so everything we relegate it to the province. But we intervene where we have to intervene, mostly for issues of where they need a shelter as the city. It has who are playing a role to give them, to assist them in getting, what do you call this, lease agreements and ways of trying to work. We also work with the NPA and the SAPs in the city, and part of our approach is that all cases are staying or are with SAPs and NPA, so they need to come together as two units to work together, because most of the cases, honorable members, are not resolved precisely because SAPs and NPA sometimes they at loggerheads with each other. They do not work comprehensively. So we suggest to the committee that SAPs and NPA in resolving some of the cases, because it discourages young people to open cases against perpetrators. So SAPs and NPA must come together to work and put in proper cases. We also encourage young boys to come forward, because this thing of statutory rape does not only limit itself to women or girls. It also prevalent among young boys through coaching, soccer teams, initiation schools that they go to. It's prevalent amongst them. So we encourage that young people or young boys must also come out, speak out about these things, because they are affected a lot about these things, and we are keeping a blind eye on them. We only focus on young women, and it's also a problem for them. We also, as a committee, from time to time, encourage people to come to us and present their cases. Out of all of those things, we are able to come to terms and propose that young people must have child centers in each and every police stations, because they are scared to go and open cases. A police station, a reception is not as good as a private or a space that is good for a young person. So we encourage that maybe the South African police services must assist in having different cubicles for now. We can use cubicles for young people to go and report their cases, and it must be friendly. The social development must assist with social workers so that it becomes a friendly environment for them when they come and report their cases. Most of the time they are afraid of going because the public space, everybody is having access to that. So as a committee, it's something that we recommend that police stations must have cubicles that strictly deal with child rape and have social workers that are stationed there full time. We also want to have ward councillors at the ward level be involved in these processes. Where a child reports a case in a school, a ward councillor must be involved in day-to-day running of the school, understanding that there is cases of rape. So as a committee, we believe that ward councillors will play a huge, or even PR councillors will play a huge role in assisting local schools with such cases. Another recommendation is that the police stations must be empowered with transportation for victims. victims must have transport from when the case is lodged at the court, from the station where they reported the case to the court and coming back, so that they get protected. They get intimidated most of the time because of they come from poor families. These people are able to intimidate them. They are able to give them money and everything else. So we believe as a committee that having transport, access to transport for victims is also assist in curbing the problem. So we believe that social development and NPA must play that role of providing transportation for victims of rape. Yeah, I think I would have presented what I think the committee would have dealt with in as so far as the financial year has started. Thank you very much. Hope I did not bore you.
Thank you very much, Mr. Moloyi. I also wish to express my apology with regard to the miscommunication that has happened. And secondly, express my appreciation that you've been out of hospital for only 3 days, but you saw it very important for you to be here today. Thank you very much. I'm not going to touch on a lot on what you have presented. You spoke so well, like somebody who was actually prepared. But you have raised also a very important issue of young boys, because many a times when we speak about abuse, we only want, or we tend to focus on girls and leaving a boy child behind. Thank you very much for bringing that to the fore. I would like to now call on the Isi Mazibuko of the Provincial Department of Social Development.
Thank you very much, Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee. My apology, man. Hey, that podium is very far from me. You know, a woman of my size asking whilst walking all the way there. It's going to take almost 10 minutes before I reach the podium. Thank you very much, Chair, and let me acknowledge members of the Portfolio Committee and truly appreciate all the Portfolio Committees that as you are embarking on a joint stakeholder engagement, especially on the statutory rape that does happen to girl children. Let me acknowledge all the NGOs that are here. There are many of these NGOs that we also fund as the department. The backbone of this work, most of it is done by NPOs. And as the department, we believe partnership with them actually does assist us, because they are the men and women on the ground, whilst our social workers are there to assist. And in many instances, it's the department that refers to the NPOs. Something very funny that happens, you know, they refer to NPOs instead of doing the work. And of course, it's because of the shortage also that we have of social workers. Hopingly next time when we engage the National Portfolio Committee of Social Development, we must ask the minister at what stage are they going to set aside money just to appoint social workers. That's the problem. And even these ones that are in NPOs, because of the type of funding or the money that we actually give to them is not sufficient. And some of them, they get attracted to other opportunities as much as they do most of the work, but their struggles also are there. So as the department, we try by all means to ensure that we mitigate and fund specifically a post of a social work, so that then they're also compatible. They're also dedicated in doing their work. And they don't always are working half their heart, they're doing the work, but half their heart is actually looking for opportunities. And I must actually congratulate them. Even at night, you can call them. They will go and attend a case. If there is removal that has to be done, it is social workers from the NPOs who will go. They simply call the police to accompany them. They go to the nearest police, go and do a removal, then over and above, then make sure that that child is actually taken care of. We truly appreciate their partnership, and we believe it will go a long way. I'm with the officials, start walking officials. I'm with officials who will do a thorough presentation I did request the committee through my chief of staffs to actually ask you to extend the invitation to Department of Community Safety, because in Gauteng was structured differently. It's community safety that leads issues of GPV and children in conflict with the law and children on statutory rape and issues. As social development, we only come in later as the case is progressing. So I noticed the colleagues from community safety are not here, or are they here? I haven't seen them because they play a crucial role. Everything starts from there, including stats and all the work that actually gets happen. Yeah, it basically is there. So Tibello is the acting DDG for welfare services in the department. I'm also with Yvonne, who is the director for children's services. And I'm also with some officials that are accompanying us, so that then whatever is being raised by the committee, we take into consideration. Let me acknowledge councillors for availing yourselves to come. Over to you, Tibello. Just check the mic if your mic is on. And yes, she will present. Don't be long-winded. Wow, to the point. Yes, they know officials, they like talking forever. And they know I don't like English.
Okay, thank you very much, MEC. Good morning, Honorable Chair, honorable members of the committees, the honorable MEC, honorable councillors that are here, colleagues from sister departments, all NPOs that are here, and all protocols observed. I'm going to lead the presentation from the Department of Social Development. This is just the outline of the presentation. I'm going to cover the legislative background, the overview of the services that are provided by the Department of Social Development, the statistics on child sexual abuse, the social development resources and budgets, for the work that we are doing on child protection. Will also reflect on the memorandums of understanding that are in place and just the standard are providing these services. We'll also just touch on the key issues and concerns, the impediments in reporting, best practices, and on recommendations. With regards to the legislative background, and just the context around statutory rape, the first legislation, which is the Criminal Law, Sexual Offences and Related Matters Act 32 of 2007. This act is in place to protect individuals from sexual crimes by providing a comprehensive legal framework for sexual offences, and it creates a justice system designed to protect victims, which includes children. To this, what we are doing as the department, just to ensure that all our vulnerable groups are protected, including children. NPOs that are here, they know that we made it mandatory. It's compulsory for all NPOs that we are funding to ensure that they are vetted against, the National Register for Sexual, offences. So we are really ensuring that our children are protected. There are systems in place to ensure that also all departmental officials, are vetted against this, act. The Children's Act, this is the primary act as amended, which we are currently implementing as the department. It provides a comprehensive legal framework in South Africa to protect, children's rights and define parental responsibilities and promote their well-being. It also ensures children receive family or alternative care, social services, and protection from abuse and neglect, always prioritizing the best interest of the child in all matters, including legal and family disputes. So when it comes to statutory rape, as described in the Children's Act, it refers to a legal term that defines sexual activity between two individuals, of which one is below the age of consent. Age of consent is very clear in the Act, is below 16 years. And this definition, however, is limited, and sexual offences against children also includes and not limited to just statutory rape. So the sexual offenses as listed here, I'm not going to go through all of them. We have provided this detailed presentation, we have shared it, but you can see all the offenses as listed, here. I'll go to the next page, which also just talked about the act of sexual, violation with certain children, statutory sexual assault, the exposure or displays or causing exposure or displays of child pornography or pornography to children, using children for benefiting from child pornography, compelling or causing children to witness sexual offenses, sexual acts or self-masturbation, sexual exploitation of persons who are mentally disturbed, and sexual grooming and exposure or displays or causing exposure of display of child pornography and using persons who are mentally disturbed to pornography. So these are just the list that I've gone through. But in terms of just illustrating a case in point, it's a case of a child who's 17 years old and consented to having sex with a 21-year-old. Even though both may have consented, we still need to assess. So assessment is very important, to assess and determine if there was indeed grooming, as sexual grooming would be deemed as an offense, as I've already alluded to earlier. In terms of reporting, we are really finding that many community members or even officials, they not aware of what is their roles and responsibility when it comes to reporting. The Children's Act is very clear. It lists everyone that needs to be reporting. So you can see Parenting and teen parenting programs, are available. We've got documented Sinovuyo program, which has been researched, is being implemented by our social workers, in all the 9 in all the 9 provinces. We've got fatherhood programs, that promote active father involvement, because most of our children, because we've got what is called children in conflict with the law who are in our, secure care centers. When you engage with them and check what are the issues, most of them is issues of, absent, fathers. So that's why we are intentional in having programs that are also targeting, fathers. Outreach programs as well, under the program families, to ensure that, we also address those who are living and working, who are, homeless. As we continue with the school social work services, the victim empowerment program, these are the services that are preventing gender-based violence. They raise awareness in schools to ensure that learners are aware and they are able to, report when they are violated. We've got social crime prevention programs, in schools. They are documented and researched programs that our social workers are also implementing in schools. The anti-bullying programs, because there is a lot of bullying in schools. On substance abuse, there's quite a number of programs that we are also implementing that are, in schools, to ensure that our learners are aware of the negative effects of substance abuse. The main program being the Kimoja program. Recently, our Premier also launched what we call a Twada campaign, which was a mass mobilization and, mass admission program, just, calling all parents and people who are affected by substance abuse in the province to come forward so that they can be assisted if they have got children who are having, substance use disorder. Of course, after primary treatment interventions, the department implements the aftercare services to ensure that they don't relapse. We've got a community of practice, which is a partnership with the Center for Social Development in Africa. This is happening at the UJ, so it's a partnership that we do with the University of, Johannesburg to ensure that, we improve the child well-being through integrated health, education, and welfare services. This program started in the city of Johannesburg, and there is a program that is called Sihlengi Mizi, which is a family strengthening, program. So we are intending to expand it in all the, the 5 corridors. In terms of the statutory services, I think, this is just the flow of what happens. When the child, has been abused, this is just, to indicate that first we've got what is called temporary safe care. This temporary safe care, with as government, we've got, the licensed or registered, child and youth care centers. We've also have NPOs that have got child and youth care, centers that are also registered that are serving as temporary safe care, for children who are being abused, who we remove from the family. There's also what we call private temporary safe care. These parents are screened by social workers. They are in communities. So if there is an urgent need for us to remove a child, we do remove and send to those, parents in communities. Like I said, indeed, they have been, screened and they have been vetted against, both the Child Protection Register and also the National Register for Sex Offenders. So that is the process that will follow. We'll consolidate the report, ensure that the Form 939 is issued, will remove the child, will attend the court within 24 hours, and also ensure that, the investigations, will continue, and also, and all the court processes, will just unfold in line with what is, provided for in the Children's Act. In terms of the process flow as it continues, for abuse cases, all social workers must ensure that there is a Form 22, and this is consolidated and has to be submitted to the Department of Social Development, social worker. Also the place of safety fees. We've got this place of safety fees to assess assist the private temporary safe care parents, so that they can take care of the, of the children on behalf of the department. So open or follow up on the criminal, cases as the process flow continues. Once thorough investigations have been concluded, the stability or placement of a child may be considered, and then the Form 23 will also be consolidated and submitted by the designated social worker to social development. So we are keeping a statistical data of both the Form 22s and the Form 23s. This reporting is also, being tracked by our National Department, of Social Development. Just going to the statistical data for the work that is done by our social workers in schools. These are the numbers that they have reached. You can see that they are really making, great strides. Though it's only 117 social workers, but there is a lot of work that they are doing. I'm not going to go through all the indicators of the work that they are doing, in the interest of time. Going to the statistical data on the Form 22s, this is the data for 24-25 financial year for all the quarters. May see that the reporting, the Form 22, it's higher. It's 1876, but when it comes to the confirmation, the Form 23 is now 139. So we have been emphasizing as the department that we need to strengthen this area as well, because even if they might not tally both the Form 22 and 23, but it should not be this, huge margin. So we are having interventions in place to ensure that reporting, on Form 23s, improves. So yeah, just the analysis of the statistical data, like I've already indicated.
Tibello, sorry. Members of the portfolio committee are not social workers. So, Balabo Form 22, Form 23, you must explain to them what is Form 22, what is required. Form 23, what that demands. So that then, pardon me, English is not a second language to me. So that then members also understand. Even me myself, ding dong led. Form 22 yini.
Okay.
They must explain. Form 20, asekeskatso kukula. Le hlalosetse batho. Some belief. No. So that then they understand why Form 22 you've got 1,050 reportings. Form 23, why is 139? So that they understand that with this one, this is what is supposed to be done. With this one, this is what's supposed to be done. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much. Thank you, MEC, for that. Form 22s is for reporting of any abuse. So that is captured by a social worker, so that's reporting. And then the Form 23, because you report, but there are processes that must unfold. So Form 23 is now when the case is now with the courts and is confirmed, that indeed it was a case of abuse. So that's why I'm saying that we report, but when it comes to the other side, where is the Form 23s, where is now the confirmation, the balance is not, the figures, are low, but we are strengthening that part to check what is really causing, why is Form 22s high, and then when it comes to the confirmations, is a bit, a low. I trust that clarifies. So when we go to the next slide, it's saying that the confirmation of abuse, like I said, is not completed, so that's why there is that imbalance, and we are having interventions in place to ensure that improves. When it goes to the statistics, I know that our colleagues from the Department of Health, are going to talk to this. There was, okay, my time is up. Yeah, so I'm not going to go to that, just to rattle through the resources that are required. As social development, we've got quite a number of social workers are doing the work, child protection, work. So we've got 2,660 posts. So we've got 5,075 posts. There's whole staff complement. This includes both social workers within social welfare and all the other programs. And 414, This is social service practitioners, which is your social workers and community development, practitioners. Like I said, the 2,660 of those posts, it's those who are doing children and family work. We've got NPOs, we've got 215, 128 registered CYCCs and 87 DCPOs, and also we've got our own government-run facilities. You may see even in terms of the budget that the bulk of the Department of Social Development's budget goes towards children's program, 480 million of the 1.987 million budget for NPOs. The 480 million goes towards children and families, programs. I'm not going to touch the memorandum of understanding and also the draft protocols that are there. It's a work that we continue to do with the Department of Education. We've got an MOU for provision of, services in schools. There are issues of concerns, for reporting that we have also highlighted in the presentation. That is high prevalence of statutory rape cases, which remain significantly high. The cultural norms where people are not, reporting these cases. And the sad part is that we are seeing this case when a child is, is pregnant, like the reported case of 10-year-olds, 12-year-olds, who, were pregnant. And there is also limited psychosocial support.
Apologies, Ms. Debello. Please wrap up. Your time is up, ma'am.
Okay. Thank you very much, Chair. I'm going to, let me just stop here. The presentation has been provided. The impediments as outlined in the request also have been mentioned. Thank you.
Thank you so much for your detailed presentation. I can see you're very passionate about your work, which we truly appreciate. I also would like to take this opportunity and echo the same words that were expressed by the MEC, thanking the social workers that are within the NPOs for the wonderful work they're doing, even going out at night to assist the vulnerable communities. We truly appreciate it. Some of the issues that I also picked up while you were doing your presentation, Ms. Dubelo, I'm going to raise them during the discussions. I understand the chairperson would like to say something before I call the next presenter.
I just wanted to take this opportunity to thank the MEC for being with us, and also just to say that we did invite the community liaison department. We didn't get feedback from them. But I think we must also say to you, thank you very much. It looks like there's a better relationship between yourselves and the NGOs. I know in the past that was not the case.
You want it like that.
And that is really music to our ears, because NGOs provide vital services on behalf of the state, and they need all our support, all our recognition, and they need more resources. So it's good to hear that you've got a better working relationship with them now. And also, I want to say, just as we get into the discussions later, we'll have to really zoom in on the issues of the Form 22 and the Form 23 and the disparities. Because to have 500 cases being reported, but only 48 finalized, I think there's really a problem, and children are falling through the gap. And lastly, on the issue of social workers, MEC, you will recall that our government has spent a lot of resources training social workers, but between 6,000 and 8,000 social workers are sitting at home crying for opportunities to serve our nation. And that is a crisis, because in 2018, Cabinet took a resolution that instructed various departments, basic education, health, police, justice, and others, to set aside a budget to absorb those social workers so that they can go to the ground and be the vanguards and the protectors of our children, but also to be in vulnerable communities. And the question that we really need to take back to Parliament is, why has it taken 7 years and there's been no movement in terms of the employment of those social workers that are sitting at home? But those are some of the issues that we'll leave for the discussions. But thank you for flagging it, MEC, and thank you for being here this morning.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Through you, MEC, during your preamble, you have indicated that the NPOs are here and the department is supporting them through funding as well. And this reminded me of the meeting we had in Parliament a few months ago, where there were some issues. Is it possible that I understand you want to go and work the ground, but is it possible that you can stay until we get to the discussions? Because I would like to find a progress on that matter. But we can discuss that later when we get to the discussions. Thank you very much.
So if I'm here, they'll be intimidated.
Okay.
They will also open a form 22.
Okay. If that's how you, but do we have people that are going to be able to respond to that MEC? Okay, that's perfect. Oh. All right, perfect then. Okay. With that being said, I will now call on the next presenter from the Department of Health. You also have 30 minutes. Thank you so much.
And I see we are running 20 minutes with 20 minutes spare, so we're a little bit ahead of time. We're not behind time. So if it's possible, we can also take the NPA and SAPs before we go to lunch and then come back for the discussions. I hope that could assist.
Colleagues, good morning. My name is Putungwepe, and representing the Department of Health. An apology has been rendered officially by our principals. The minister is in Gauteng today, so they went on to support that particular process. Otherwise, good morning to the chair, good morning to the honorable members and the colleagues on the floor. I really thought that 20 minutes would be given to health. You know, we've got quite a lot of stress that we need to speak about, but I'll just browse through some of that. Maybe if we can just go to the next slide. So it's me and my colleague, and I'll take you guys through the first portions of the slides, and my colleague will talk about the other section as well. So this is just the outline. Without any waste of time, just go to the next slide. So in the Department of Health in Gauteng, there are quite a few processes that we follow. So how we get to collect data for pregnancies and statutory rape is through two processes. One happens within our public health hospitals and our public health clinics. And that is when we measure teenage pregnancy, and that is measured through the service that we provide to the young ones that are pregnant up until the delivery stage. The second one is called the Clinical Forensic Medical Services, CFMS. This unit is dedicated, is the one that you spoke about, Honorable Chair, with regards to the fact that they do the DNA sample, so they assist the SEPs with the cases, the forensic and medical cases, but they also do accept the walk-ins from these particular girls that are victims of sexual abuse. So the two of us will be addressing this particular two topics. Thank you so much. Let's move to the next slide. Next one. Great. I think this just gives that particular narrative to say that, of course, we've got deliveries in our facilities, which acts as a proxy for what types of pregnancies we have. Let's move on to the next one. Okay. Actually, I like being here. I like moving around a bit. Okay, if you look at this, so this is just an indication of how many youth, how many teenagers access our facilities. And I've got a head count, if you can look at that. So overall in Gauteng, We have over a million two people in the last financial year that came to access our services. But if you can look at that graph there at the bottom, it's just an indication of what happens over time. This is because we've been trying to make our facilities youth-friendly. So that when they get there, we've got a campaign called I Serve with a Smile, in which we train the healthcare workers to exercise compassion and understanding and have a smile on their face as they talk to these young ones, so that they don't intimidate them and they can come freely to access some of our services. So as you can see, there's been an increase with regards to them coming to our facilities to access the services. Let's move on to the next one. Talking about the teenage pregnancies. So we looked at the past 5 financial years, and overall in Gauteng, in the past 5 financial years, 100,000. That's where we're at. And this speaks to the deliveries, which means that those that have occurred outside the healthcare sector, backstreet abortions and all of those, they're not incorporated here. So this is the minimum number that the department can report on based on the service that it provided. But the outside service that has occurred outside the facilities is not incorporated in this particular stats. Maybe the previous one. Based on this one, you can see the city of Joburg is leading in the 5-year period with over 30,000 at about 30% of those. Followed by the city of Ekurhuleni they're almost on the same level, if you can look at that. And then the city of Tshwane and then the 2 district municipalities. Let's go to the next slide. So here we did an analysis to say, then inside the districts, if you can look at it from that perspective, inside the districts, and what is the sub-district that has the highest? We do this, colleagues, so that we are able to target our interventions. To say, then let's prioritize this sub-district A and B when we go for our health program activities. So if you can look at this, you will see in Joburg, sub-district D is a problem. And is contributing 51%, actually 52% of all pregnancies in Joburg. That is where the issue is. And then it goes in that particular order. In the city of Ekurhuleni is South 1, in the West Rand is Mogale City, which contributes 72% of the cases. So if the interventions are focusing then in the West Rand at Mogale City, then it means 72% of the teenage pregnancy cases will be addressed in that regard. If you look at the Tshwane, we've got that. We've got Tshwane 1. If you look at Sidibeng, of course, we've got Mfuleni. Let's move on to the next slide. So this slide, it specifies the type of contraceptive methods that these kids prefer when they go to the facilities. And you can see that in Sidibeng, West Rand, and the city of Ekurhuleni, they want the injections. But if you look at the city of Joburg and the city of Tshwane, they mostly prefer the oral pill. Okay, let's move on. I told you we've got a lot of stairs here. Okay, let's continue. So now we broke it down to say, okay, we've got these young ones from the age of 10 to 14, and then we've got the 15 and above. So let's look at these very young ones and see what is happening. So what you're seeing on the left, I'm not sure if my slides are visible, but I'll try to interpret as much as I can. If you look at the left, you are seeing that they've overall been a drop. So those are the quarters per financial year, up until the end of July to September 2025. So you see that, of course, it was a bit higher around 2020, but over time it has been decreasing, up until we're sitting at about 80. Now in the last quarter. And then if you look at the different districts here, you will see the city of Ekurhuleni is really becoming a problem. Is the one in red with regards to this particular deliveries in this age group. Let's move on to the next slide. So then what do this mean? We have put them down here so that it's easier for you to see. Look at the city of Ekurhuleni over time. You see from after lockdown, look at that. It started going higher. So 2021, 2022, 2023, 2023, 2024. But initially it was Joburg. But immediately after lockdown, Ekurhuleni took over now. Okay. Let's move on to the next one. This is now looking at the older ones. So the older ones, the Ekurhuleni and Joburg are competing in this regard. You see, Joburg, there it has the highest numbers in the second year, and then Ekurhuleni takes over. Ekurhuleni takes over, and then Joburg now in the last financial year, it was leading again. Okay. This is the same picture that is given per province, so you can see how many consolidated number of deliveries we had. Let's move to the next one. I think this is giving the same picture. Let's move to the next one. Yes, so this is saying in facility now for the 15 to 19, Ekurhuleni, as you can see over this particular 2 financial years, is leading, and then Joburg is higher here. Let's move on. Okay, STIs in the province. So this we only incorporated in the last 2 financial years, and you can see there's really a worrying concern with regard to STIs, and as I think you have really seen that we have went to the different media outlets to state that there's an increase in the STIs in the province, and something needs to be done with regards to that, especially around the Valentine period. Let's move on. And then this is breaking it down per the sub-district to say, then which district now contributes? And of course, we are seeing Joburg in the last financial year, as usual, followed by what? Ekurhuleni. This is just the termination of pregnancies that we have done in this particular age groups. There's been a slight decrease with regards to that. And then now I want to talk about the HIV status. I'm rushing a bit so that I can accommodate my colleague as well. HIV status. So if you look at the HIV status, you see overall, within these young ones, there's been a consistent decrease over time. Up until this financial year, you're seeing that we're sitting at 835. And this was before the work that was done by our NGOs. Their funding could be cut by the US government. So the figures for this financial year are going to be incorporated, and we really are struggling a little bit with regards to that. Let's move to the next one. Okay, then it's just per district, what is happening, so the district heads can be aware of that. But once more, you see Ekurhuleni having higher positivity rates. This is now the older ones, and you're seeing, you can see the same decline as compared to the younger ones. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, so this is the 95, 95, 95. So these are the targets that are set to ensure that we take control of the HIV. So those that are 95% of those tested are new in their status. Those that are positive are initiated on treatment, 95% of them. Those that are on treatment, they remain in care. And of course, 95% of them are virally suppressed. That's the main aim of it. That's why it's called 95, 95, 95. Because the more they become virally suppressed, the less they can transfer the infection to someone else. However, I want you to see this, what I'm talking about here. So the first one is saying, the first 95, we are struggling with that one. The second one, putting them on treatment, we are struggling with this. And the third one, ensuring that they are virally suppressed. That is, they are controlling the HIV. Their bodies are controlling the HIV. We are still struggling in that particular regard. Let's move on to the next one. Okay. So this one, we did an analysis to try and see the incidence rate. So the incidence refers to the number of new HIV cases. So if you look at this, we looked at it per gender. And you can see with the highlights, what you're seeing in yellow is for the females. What you're seeing in, what color is this? Gray, let me say gray. What you're seeing in gray or green or blue is saying the males. But what I want to highlight with this one is that if you look at the females, look at the age group that has the highest new number of HIV cases, right? You're seeing that? That is in yellow. The young ones that we're actually looking for. But if you look at the other gender, it's showing a different picture, and it's the older ones. So which means that the younger ones are not necessarily getting this HIV. The younger females are not getting it from their age mates. You see the picture, right? They're getting it from the older ones. You see that? Across the different districts, it's almost the age group from your 30 up until your 40 to 44. Okay, let's move on to the next one. Maybe let me take a pause from there and leave it to my colleague. Thank you so much.
Let me not self-sabotage and take a lot of time by salutations and just say, all protocol observed, so that I can have some time. I don't know how much time my colleague has left me. My name is Muhau Mahosane, and I'm from the Gauteng Department of Health, under Forensic Medical Services, and I'm responsible for clinical forensic medical services. Who can go to the... that particular unit is the unit within health that has been mandated to actually provide services for victims of gender-based violence, but also victims of crime generally that are accessing our health services. And I need to also upfront indicate that some of the elements that we were supposed to be reporting on have already been covered by my colleague in terms of teenage pregnancies, STIs, STIs, and as well as HIV positivity rate amongst children under the age of 17. So I will only look at the head counts of the sexual offenses that have been that has presented to our facilities that we are having within Gauteng province. And I must indicate that from the Criminal Law Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act, we only had two broad age disaggregations. That would be your 0 to 16 that cannot give consent, and then above the 17. So we, over a period of time, also had that gray area of between 16 and 17, what do we do? And as a result, we then said we will cover up to 16 years and 364 days as children, and then 17 going upwards will then be your adults. And however, with the amendment of the SOLMA Act, they have now also further disaggregated the children age group into two age groups. The 0 to 11 that cannot give consent, that is rape outright. And then you have your 12 to 16 that can give consent, that may give consent to sex in case it is with their age mates. However, if it becomes with someone older, then it is categorized as statutory rape. So for now, we have not yet gone into that disaggregation with our statistics. So we still have 0 to 16, and that serves as a proxy to what we are seeing in our facilities. And I can also just then indicate in terms of the presentations in our facilities, just like with what my colleague has presented, if you look at teenage pregnancy, STIs, and HIV positivity, you'll also see that Ekurhuleni is actually the leading district when it comes to your 0 to 16 year-olds that are victims of sexual offense. So that becomes a very concerning issue around what is actually happening in Ekurhuleni for it. And again, we didn't have clear directives in terms of which period to cover, so we decided to cover the 5-year period from 2020. And when you look at those stats, you'll actually see that from 2020 up until now, that is the second quarter of this financial year, Ekurhuleni is leading in terms of the numbers. You can go to the next slide. And I just also needed to emphasize this part because in the country, Gauteng is actually the only province that actually has a unit that is called Clinical Forensic Medical Services. And as per the National Health Act and the regulations for rendering clinical forensic medicine services, other provinces do not have a dedicated unit nor a designated manager at the provincial level that is responsible for the service. So that is what I just wanted to demonstrate here, and also say, in terms of the services that we are providing within clinical forensic medical services, each service actually responds to a piece of legislation. So our area of work is highly legislated. Things that we are doing, there is a law that we are responding to, and we have to provide services according to that law. Next slide. Here is just to illustrate that the regulations are actually defining who we are what we are supposed to be doing and where we're supposed to be providing these services from. In Gauteng, we have 27, that is the where, we have 27 designated facilities in terms of this regulation, and within those 27 designated facilities, only 7 are Tutuzela care centers. But then I must also hasten to say that in Gauteng, the only difference that is there between the Clinical Forensic Medical Services Care Center and the Tutuzela Care Center is that within the Clinical Forensic Medical Services Care Centers, we do not have NPA on site. However, the services are standard. We're providing the same services across board. Next slide. This is the package of service or care that has been regulated that we're supposed to be providing. But in Gauteng, you can go to the next slide. Okay, these are the facilities as I've indicated, the distribution and their names, where they can be found, and what they are. Next slide. Here is what we'll actually need to be talking to. What do we do when we are confronted with a child who is a victim of sexual offense? There are 3 ways of access to our facilities. They can come brought by the police because they have opened a case. They can walk in because they have heard about the location of the service, or they have gone to a public health facility and they were informed to actually come to this center because the incident that has happened is sexual violence, and that is why they will then. Otherwise, they can also be referred to us by the social workers and by extension the NGOs that are actually working in communities. So that's the 3 ways that they are accessing our service. And what do we do when we have a case that comes to our facility? First and foremost is we'll have registration, and then the very first service that we will be offering after registration is called trauma containment. And with trauma containment, it's basically an emergency psychological, emotional, and mental health intervention to ensure that you actually contain the person because they might have immediate reactions to the trauma that they have experienced. And that is to prepare them then for the work that is going to follow and the process that they've got to undertake. And then after that, they'll then go into the vitals area where their vital signs are going to be taken, but then they'll also receive pre-test counseling, HIV testing, as well as post-test counseling. And then they go to a clinician who is a professional nurse or a doctor who will then conduct the medical forensic examination. But they will start first by obtaining a detailed history from the person about the incident, and that will also include their medical as well as gynecological history. And once that is done, then they do a head-to-toe assessment to actually look at where there might be visible injuries, because research has shown that people who tend to have genital injuries actually have more non-genital injuries as a result of sexual violence. So therefore it means instead of just focusing on the genitalia, we need to focus on the whole body, because you may find medical evidence located somewhere else on the body other than the genitalia, including the anal area. And so that is what we do when we do the head-to-toe assessment. Then we do obviously the gynecological examination, including, that would be your genital examination, including the anal examination, if they have indicated any penetration into one of those 2 orifices. But sometimes what we do, especially with younger children, is because they do not know that they actually have more than one hole down there. You then do both examinations. You do the examination of the vagina as well as of the anus, because they might not know where the penetration actually took place. So that is what we will be doing. And then we'll be providing, obviously, after doing that examination and collecting the biomedical evidence that we can collect at that time by using a pediatric sexual assault evidence collection kit for those that are younger, and then the ones that are 13 and above, we actually use the adult sexual assault evidence collection kit to collect biomedical evidence from them. Then this is just a continuation of what I was saying. The interventions that we then provide would be wound care, wound management. If they have any wounds, we'll provide them with prophylaxis, and the prophylaxis that we are providing is for STIs, to prevent them from getting STIs. If they do have any STI, we then refer them to the STI clinic. For pregnancy, that is by giving them emergency contraception so that they do not fall pregnant as a result, especially if they've presented within 5 days of the incident. Then, of course, we have HIV prophylaxis that we are providing them if they have presented within 3 days, within 72 hours, and they test negative to HIV. Then we provide them with that. And whilst we're having them, they're both nurses, doctors, as well as the social workers or psychologists that are working in our facilities will complete the Form 22. And that is the mandatory reporting that we are doing. So they complete the Form 22 and send the Form 22 to social development as a form of reporting. So we are completing Form 22 within our facilities. And already you've heard that Form 22 is the form that is used to report child abuse and neglect cases. So we complete that form. And then, of course, if they have not opened a case, we will then contact SAPS if they want to open a case, so that they can either come to the facility to come and obtain a statement, or alternatively make arrangements where and how they can obtain the statement. Now, that's one challenge around there, and I think my colleague from SAPS might talk to it about later, where there's no national instruction that actually says when a person has not opened a case, SAPS can come from the police station to come to the facility and to come and obtain a statement at the facility. So now we are requested to actually transport, as Department of Health, transport these patients to SAPS to open cases, which is also a risk for us. We can go to the next slide. This is just a summary of what I've been talking about. Next slide. Here, if you look at the data, and as indicated earlier on, we did not exclude the boy children because they also experience statutory rape as young boys. So over the period, if you see, you'll actually see, as I indicated, that Ekurhuleni is leading, is the highest, and followed by Johannesburg not Tshwane Health District, sorry, and then Johannesburg Metro Health District in terms of the numbers. So this is the total for the 5-year period, and inclusive of Q1 and Q2 of this financial year. So in total, we have had 28,542 presentations over that time. And I must indicate, we don't do a head count in terms of person, but we do a head count in terms of service access, because one child can come more than one time to our facility with a complaint of sexual offense. And each case, each complaint is regarded as a new presentation. So that is how we're counting them. Next slide. Okay. And just from me, in conclusion, I think there are 3 issues that were raised by the chairpersons that I would like to quickly just touch on. The first one, I've talked about the HIV and STI data, that it was included and covered by my colleague. The DNA backlog. Just to indicate that when it comes to the Department of Health, the backlog that we are talking about is only with regard to the sexual assault evidence collection kits that we have completed, that have not been collected and transported to the forensic science laboratory for analysis. we still have some incidences where you'll find that some of those cases, those kits were not collected. However, we have been having engagements with SAPS to ensure that we actually improve on that. The other part of backlog will then be the analysis which is done by the Forensic Science Laboratory, which falls under SAPS, and they are best to then respond to what is happening with regard to the analysis and if there is a backlog there. So that the backlog that we can talk to is only this one. And the other issue, the other challenge that we're also having with regard to the pediatric sexual assault evidence collection kits, and why sometimes police will not collect them, it's because when there are no physical injuries that are corroborating the sexual offense, then they regard it as if there was no sexual offense. And with children, it is actually a very difficult thing to exclude sexual offense in terms of our medical findings.
I think the timer will ring just now. But just in conclusion, colleagues, I just want to add what you just said. Remember, these kids, especially the young ones, I think the program director did state that these kids got pregnant at the age 9 for them to give birth when they are 10. One thing that we haven't really looked into much detail is the cervical cancer. I'll state why. These kids, their body organs are not yet developed fully. The acidity of the vaginal environment that takes care of that particular HPV virus, human papillomavirus, they are not yet there for them to kill that HPV virus when it presents during the sexual encounter. So what it then does is that it has the ability, there's a probability of increasing these cervical cancer cases later in life when these kids grow older. So that is the step that we didn't include in this particular presentation, but that's something that maybe for the committee to process. Maybe let's go on. So as the Department of Health, we have incorporated what we call a teenage pregnancy strategy, together with the Department of Social Development and the Department of Education. And we just try to give in terms of how far we are with a particular strategy. Of course, we are working with these different NGOs as well as I think was stated by our teams here. We've got what we call an integrated school health program. And this is where the Department of Education, the Department of Health, we go to the schools and we make these awareness campaigns. So these kids can learn about these sexual encounters. And they can learn that there's a place like what my colleague has spoken about, for them to come and walk through, to seek services if by any chance they were exposed to something similar to this. So we've seen quite a decrease in terms of the number of pregnancies ever since we implement this particular strategy. Maybe let me pause it there. Go on the next slide. Yeah, maybe let me conclude. So in other words, I say on average, in terms of summaries, we have got about 133 teenagers per quarter that are delivering in our facilities, aged 10 to 14. And I think that's exactly where my issue is. And you can see our unit for clinical forensic medical services receive 1,182 victims, of which over 70% of those are girls. And we just wanted to state that these are those that the pregnancies and deliveries are those that come to our facility. They are those that go through backstreet abortions. I showed the termination of pregnancies within facilities. However, at some point, these kids, some of them, they hide this pregnancy up until it becomes too risky to perform termination of pregnancy. Even though the body is not at that advanced stage to handle the pregnancy, but they've hidden it for far too long and they're too advanced such that you can perform that procedure. Colleagues, let me thank you so much.
Okay, thank you very much, Department of Health, for this insightful presentation. I guess some of the information is shocking, I must admit. Yeah, it is shocking. It's some of the information that we have also never received as a portfolio committee. But we will deliberate more when the time comes. We are going to call the Department of Education now. And immediately after that presentation, you're going to go for tea break at 12 until 12:15. Then you're going to come back and continue. Thank you so much.
Good morning, good morning. Thank you, Chairperson, and thank you to all the dignitaries in the House. My name is Enoch Mkhize. I'm representing the Gauteng Department of Education. Chairperson? Sorry, Chair, may I continue?
Yes, you may.
Oh, okay, thank you very much. I'm representing the Gauteng Department of Education. I'm responsible for executive support.
Pardon,
Yes.
colleagues, can you please have one meeting? Let us lend the presenter an ear, please. I request you. You may proceed, sir.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Honorable Chair, Honorable MEC, all honorable members, and everyone in the meeting. We tender our apologies for our MEC and the acting HOD. They have been summoned to a session with the Portfolio Committee for Finance in the Gauteng Provincial Legislature. They would have liked to be with us, but unfortunately they're not here. So we have a delegation that will be making a presentation to the House, and our delegation includes myself, officials from psychosocial support services and labor relations, our QLTC who are also supporting us in our communities, and we also have colleagues from DBE who are coming from a unit called Social Cohesion and Equity in Education, and we will be making the presentation. Our presentation, Chair, will focus mainly on the structure of the department in terms of issues that relate to sexual cases, and also on how do we ensure that we report such cases. We would not focus on the statistics because our partner departments have already indicated those stats. So I hope the House will acknowledge that those stats that talk to the numbers that were presented there, the entire cohort is our learners in our schooling environment. Chairperson will understand that we are now from 0 to 4, and from that level up to grade 12. So therefore, the entire cohort now belongs to the Department of Education, since we've already taken also the ECD sector. So that Chairperson, Ms. Enid Smith, will be presenting on behalf of the department. Thank you very much.
Good morning, Chair. Good morning, honorable members. MEC, I do not think MEC left, and all protocol observed. As my director just mentioned now, we are going to try and zoom in on the areas that was not covered. So you can go to the next slide. Around the legislative framework, it's the same as was presented by the two previous departments. What I want to just highlight on this one is to make it more user-friendly for our different institutions on different levels in education to comply with the requirements of reporting and management of child abuse, sexual abuse. We, as the department, and it was from our national department, has also developed protocols to enable schools and, like I say, districts, all levels, to be able to respond timeously and in a standardized manner. So as I said, I'm not going to go into all that, the presentations around the legislative framework. But what I would like to just highlight is that in the protocols and in our mediation with our schools and districts, what we try and do is to make sure that we understand that we all have to comply with the pieces of legislation that is overarching. Although the department has protocols, it's based on the main pieces of legislation that one, that there's a criminal accountability and mandatory reporting. So right through the protocols and the SOPs, that is what we try and make our officials on different levels aware of, and also the consequence of not reporting, that you can be criminally charged. So that's mainly around the Sexual Offences Act, around with the Children's Act, the whole broad basket of child protection and safe schools, so that we also start working preventatively and not just have to react to incidents. And there are the South African Schools Act and all the other pieces of legislation that ensures our children's safety, our school safety strategies, all that is then put into the protocol so that there's one standardized document. Next slide, please. And also the protocols highlights what is the professional conduct and institutional accountability. As I said, from school level, district, provincial office. The important role player also within education is SACE, the South African Council of Educators. Not that we say it's only educators that are involved in these cases, but that's a very important preventative program that we need to report to them also, because we find that some colleagues, when they are suspected or they charged, then they resign and they move to the next department without their names being flagged with SACE. Then it's also the whole process of the disciplinary matter that kicks in if it's a staff member, and that both processes, criminal and the internal processes, the one doesn't wait for the other. It needs to happen at the same time. So colleagues, just to give you an understanding of our structural arrangement within Gauteng Department of Education. So in our department, we do have a dedicated psychosocial support directorate that is responsible for various preventative early intervention and, as I say, reaction to matters where children are involved, but overall it's about learner support. And the programs and services rendered by the 3 sub-directorates in that directorate, which is school health, life skills, HIV and AIDS, with the learner pregnancy. And in our discussions, we also speak about child pregnancy, because a 10-year-old is not a teenager. So our document speaks to learner, all the learners, as was mentioned from the ECD write-up. So all these programs are funded, sub-directors are funded from the line budget to enable us to render services to learners in schools. At provincial level, apart from our directorate, there's many other directorates that's implicated when we come to these pieces of legislation. Our human resource, who is busy with the vetting process of staff members, and the process right now is newly appointed, or colleagues who have come through the interview process and would, before they recommended, they are checked against the registers. But we also have been going through, existing employees have been going through the vetting process, and if it comes up that the person is flagged on the register, then it goes over to our labor relations unit that would deal with, the issues of resignation or, whatever processes needs to be put in place to safeguard our children. As I said, we have labor in our flow charts. It's clear if it involves a staff member, at a point labor must be involved because there's issues of precautionary suspensions and that processes. Our public ordinary schools, that's POS, is all implicated and everyone needs to report. But the sector, and you'll see how many learners we have in independent schools in the province, haven't been monitored, I'd rather say, or trained so much on these pieces of child protection legislation. And we've had one or two matters where we had to go and the schools acknowledge that they don't know about the protocols or the pieces of legislation. ISS is Inclusion and Special Schools. That is, they manage all our special schools or the sites in public schools that cater for learners with special needs. That's also where our therapists and psychologists are located and are also implicated in this legislation. Our school safety colleagues, and then our special investigation, our acting chief director is also director for that, where they go in and sometimes unintentionally gets disclosures or reports and would then report it appropriately to us. Yeah, I think the next slide. So this is just a snapshot. Provincial office, I spoke about on district level, we have 15 districts in this province. And as much as they do a lot around the curriculum, which is their core function, we also have support services within our district-based support teams, and they also manage school-based support teams. So there's 15 districts with colleagues there that are also have a legal obligation to report and to follow up on these matters. And just to give you an idea of how many learners we have in the system currently, so it is just under 2,800,000, but we're already busy with admissions for next year. So we are going to go over that. And that doesn't even include our learners who are in ECD sites. And these sites are mostly community sites. So we do have social workers that came over, that was transferred when the function was transferred. So they can be more than 133. That was just when they came over, but they've also advertised and appointed more social workers to be able to monitor all those sites. And here, this is registered sites, and this doesn't include the unregistered sites that they also have to look for, and there's different efforts made in communities to get ECD sites to register so that we know our children are safe where they are. They're not just getting a solid or standardized curriculum, but they also, the safety issues are also in place. And then just to say, as I say, we have social workers at provincial and district level for ECD. But for learner psychosocial support, we are based at the provincial office, and I'm one of the 4. And that have to then deal with all these other matters. Okay. So apart from us being reactional, and when incidents happen, more and more what we're trying to do, especially with the protocols, we're in the process of developing SOPs, so when the matter is reported to our call center, it is timeously and appropriately referred. It's around awareness and prevention. And that is where we try and inform our learners in the classroom, in the curriculum, but also co-curricular, and then also with, as colleagues spoke, our MOU with social development brings in additional capacity that can do some of this preventative work. We also have partnerships via our Matthew Koniwe School of Leadership and Governance with specific organizations that specialize in the field of child protection. And then part of what we have, and to increase our capacity, is we have the Child Line 24/7 toll-free helpline. So there is counselors on the line that can counsel, but it's also a gateway to other resources like Childline. Part of the partnership delivery is that they have a full resource list. If a child has been abused, cannot go back home because it happened at home, who's the next? How do we safeguard them? And they also have a small, but they do have a safe house that also assists us after hours. So, colleagues, when you look at the sections of the Children's Act, it's daunting for some, I'll say, non-social workers and child and youth care workers and auxiliary social workers that go through this as part of their training. So this we must keep on repeating within our institutions so we all understand what is the first line of intervention when a case is reported. Or if a case is picked up and it comes to you, what do you check? And we'd like to highlight the importance of the 72-hour responses. The medical health officials did give their presentations. So those are the matters that we try and impress on our schools, that in that period report so that the child can get the medical and legal intervention that's needed and also be safeguarded if they need to be removed by a social development process. It's also an issue we repeat at different platforms, that if we don't do the reporting, whether it be in terms of the Sexual Offences Act to the police or in terms of the Children's Act to social development, the Form 22, if at school we don't do it, and we have so many learners in our school, and any day an incident can come. And if I can just also say that in our protocols and flow charts, it's clear. If a matter happened at school, it activates a certain process. But if a child comes and discloses that something happened over the weekend on my way to school, schools cannot say it didn't happen here. Where it's disclosed, something needs to happen. And this is the processes. And as I said, the other important part that education's institutions play is that if we fill in the forms or we report to social development, there was a disciplinary, the staff member was found guilty of a case against a child, then only the register can be populated. So we can do vetting, but if we don't populate the register, against what are we vetting? It's a bit different with the criminal cases, because there you go through the criminal court and there'll be a record and it will go on that register. But on the child protection register, we as education has got a responsibility to fill in the form so that the two parts of the register can be populated. One, the victim, the child, did they get the necessary support? Part B is the alleged perpetrator. Where's the person? Is the person removed from being with children? As I said, the process of vetting, and then also looking if a person is suitable to work with children and what arrangements need to make to make sure the person is away and not, open to our children. We have matters that has been in the media where that didn't necessarily happen. So we need to impose on all our colleagues at every access point where children are affected. Just maybe to bring back that the protocol was done in 2019, and due to the changes and amendments in child protection legislation and the Sexual Offences Act, there is now a process where the protocol is being revised, and we've had the first session in the province with our national department, and it was inclusive of other departments to make inputs to make this document, because the whole idea is that there must be appropriate, standardized, appropriate, and timeous responses to these matters. I think I've alluded to some of the changes. It's a bit dark. This is just the principles that the revised document will be based on, and also the scope. And I just want to emphasize again here, previously we didn't go out and make a concerted effort with our independent schools, but in the province we have an increase of independent schools, and when we plan and budget for training and rollout, we'll have to make sure. The other issue is around, okay, I'll speak a bit about that when we say what impedes reporting, but the confidentiality and whistleblower protection has come up in our consultations with colleagues, that they feel even if it happened at home and the child reports it at school and we report it, what about our safety? What is going to happen? Who's going to protect me? And at the end, we're not protecting children, or we're not complying with our legal obligation. Okay, so what we must highlight is everyone is now a mandatory reporter. Previously, in the Sexual Offences Act, it says you may, if you are aware, but now it says you must report. Because remember, we report in good faith. I'm saying we, I'm saying education, whether it be the educator, the admin person, the gentleman working at the gate. If a child discloses to you, you report for investigation. We are not in a position to say you did or so and so. We report, and we also put measures in place for safeguarding children. That's why we report it to our sister departments. As we saw the stats around Form 22s, more and more schools are filling in, but it is where the Form 23, the investigation, that is where we need to sit down as a province and see where is that. So all school staff. And also here, we'll find that depending on the position you are in, when you report it to school management team, to the principal, and says, no, wait, let's leave, all of us will be implicated if the case is not reported. So then you have to go over the principal's authority or head and go to our districts. That's why we have districts managing all schools. So there isn't a wait for confirmation. You reporting for investigation will show up. Also here, the concern and some of the issues that's come up from our school communities is that some schools go into, they overreach their responsibility, and they actually have a court case where they would want to investigate, get more information, and agree on damages. And those that you can be charged. That is the implications of this. I'm just giving examples within the protocol documents, and we've previously put it on posters, so that you don't always have to run back to a document, but have this flow chart. And this also gives you the age groups. If it's learner on learner, what process must happen. If it's a staff member on learner, and then also where it happened outside of the school, and the learner reports it, or the parent, and needs support. So there's about 3 of these. What we say is, if the next line is the alleged perpetrator, according to this, you got the right to go to the next level and then make sure it's reported. In the protocols, all the time the buck stops. The principal is ultimately the person that signs off. Even if the child spoke to you and you do the Form 22 or incident report, it has to go via the principal and then to the district. You can continue. As I said, depends, is it learner under 12, it's learner over, those age groups. As we know with our young people, if the girl learner and the boy learner shouldn't be more than 2 years age difference. And these are some of the things that schools are but struggling to know how and where to report. So some of the key issues where we spoke about the scale of the problem, especially with statutory rape, we're saying that we have stats on Form 22s. Maybe not across and not maybe as a central point, but our districts have. But we don't know if the Form 23 or the investigation has deemed it statutory rape. So this is where I'm saying verified stats that we can't. And also, rape becomes a criminal offense, and it's the sanction of the court to approve that after all the investigation is done. Concerns are that lack of internal reporting, standard operating procedures. As I mentioned in the second slide, there's quite a few internal directorates. Then we have the districts, and we have all these schools, and we have our community members. So we have started the process, like I said, with our call center and few colleagues, the directorates implicated, starting with the SOP. And then there's a lack of integration, interdepartmental reporting tool. We spoke about that. And then inclusion and participation of independent schools would have to be considered and will have to be included in our budgets and our planning, especially when we do print or we share online, that they should be included. Some of the best practice for us in the province, especially with our limited human resource, is around that we have the MOU, as was presented by Social Development, that gives us that additional human capacity that goes mostly in our higher schools that are prioritized. So the colleagues assist us a lot there. And then we also have the partnership with NGOs where, as I said, there's that additional services available, school-based and on call. So why is mandatory reporting not happening? Why? One, unlike other forms of rape, statutory rape focuses on age differences between the participants rather than this incident happened. So there needs to be an investigation. There needs to be more looking into the matter. So that might be one of it, but also the whole thing of, as I said, the colleagues at school level, at district level, rather requesting parents to open cases. And that gives parents a leeway of withdrawing. If there is that kind of arrangement, somebody will assist you financially. Whereas the protocol and the access, the principal, the school must report. So there we need to work around those issues. And then if parents say they would go, the issue of getting case numbers, because that is the only thing that gives you assurance a case was open. And even a few years down the line, you can come. Some older children feel they don't want to go on with the case, but it's their right later on in their adult life that they feel, now I'm ready to continue with the case. And the case number is going to be something that you can use. Yeah, as I said, independent schools, one, not aware of the protocols, and in their defense, they're saying when they apply, they get a package of forms to fill in, but this is not part of the requirements. Just quick on some recommendations. I'm sure it would have been much more if all our colleagues, the different directorates gave their inputs, but this is just some. One, that GDE stakeholders internally and externally to participate in the consultation process on the revised document, so that we don't need many other documents if we can have a consolidated document. Then also that, okay, that one is happening, that the document is revised in line with the amendments to the Sexual Offences Act, which expands the different incidents or criminal acts that the Act covers. Also, we would really like internally to have a focal point or focal person who's qualified to be able to be the central point where all this information and stats is deposited, not just for counting stats, to analyze the different processes was that complied with, but also where our children are. If you were abused, do you come back to school? Are you moved to another province? Those kind of, so we know where our children are. And then training after the document has been completed would have to really be comprehensive and intensive. Our big issue is around human resource. If we can get more capacity so that we can get at least, the least is in the 15 districts, if we can have social workers there, and the auxiliary colleagues, auxiliary social workers, child and youth care workers, to be able to manage and monitor this whole process. And I think this one is more for our internal Office of the Premier, if we can have the office or the desk on the rights of children there. Because in my previous life in social development, we were very active, but other departments don't report to you. They would report to the Premier's office. Thank you.
Thank you so much to the Department of Education. I think we will reserve our comments that we are going to contribute during the discussions, but the presentation was enlightening and we appreciate it. We're now going to have our tea break, and let us please be back on time, 12:15. Thank you so much.
Oh, long live the chairs. How? Ish. I'm off balance, you see. It's just... That's for at the end.
It's not for the halfway.
No, but we'll do it for the first time, so I must get it every hour.
Oh.
Every break.
Oh, like an invoking. She needs invoking.
Every hour. Don't worry.
She needs
Don't worry. I'll be there for you. I'll do it.
Okay, colleagues, can I please get your wisdom? Can we take after the last two presentations, and then go for lunch, and then you come back and give your comments? Is that fine? What question? No, I just asked for the feedback.
But none of them must be.
And I told you, just pass through and
So what do you do now? So we'll do now tea break at 12:15. Then we come back, we take Cynthia to lunch and say the community safely. And we go for lunch at 1:30 for 45 minutes.
start East London, then. Okay.
How are you? Sorry. We're on a team right now. You can sit anywhere.
That's what I wanted to
Just 15 minutes.
say.
Get yourself
Now, when you say you are,
Yeah, actually, no, after lunch.
no, you don't have a social worker that but you don't have one social worker that is all now
Oh, thank you. I'm still going to hand back to Honourable Kanile to continue with chairing the session, but I would like for us to restart. So if we can call all our colleagues to come in. This is a committee that believes in sticking to time so that we don't want to run late. Are we calling MPA first? Can I check whether the MPA or the police would like to go first? Police. Okay, ma'am. You're up next.
Thank you so much.
Sorry, Honourable Nasli. We've decided that we're going to take all the presentations together. We'll break for lunch, and then you'll come and chair the session with Honourable Kanile when we deal with discussions. I'm humbly pleading to all honourable members just to make notes of all the questions that you would like to ask. So we're going to do it in that fashion because even, for example, some of the issues that health raised, police might be able to answer to. So we're going to take all the presentations, break for lunch, come back and have the discussions, the session that you will be chairing. Are you fine with that? Thank you. Over to... Sorry? Okay, please, please. Colleagues, I also want to say there's a representative of the Minister of Justice present. It's Advocate Nkambule, if I'm correct. If the advocate can just identify herself, himself. Okay, doesn't look like the advocate is present, but we hand over to you, South African Police Service. Oh, NPA, okay. Oh, you'll go after. Thank you, ma'am. Over to the NPA, National Prosecuting Authority.
Once again, good day, Chair and members of the House. My name is Mkuseli Chokani. I am from the Office of the National Director of Public Prosecutions. With me, I've got my three colleagues, Advocate Vuyokazi Ketelo, also from the Office of the National Director of Public Prosecutions, who is also the Chair of the Sexual Offences within our office. I am also accompanied by my colleagues from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions, Gauteng Local Division, Advocate Trotsky, who is responsible for the GBV desk within that particular office. And also, I'm also accompanied by Ms. Karina Kutsier, a Senior State Advocate, who is also a Provincial Manager of the Tutuzela Care Centers, in Gauteng Province. We are here today to provide a report in relation to how we deal with statutory rape in the country, and more particularly in the Gauteng division. Without further ado, Chair, and with your indulgence, Advocate Ketelo is going to be the one that is going to be leading the discussion insofar as how we deal with statutory rape as NPA. As we know that statutory rape is one of the very serious problems that is confronting the country, and as such, as the prosecution, we are indebted with a number of cases in which we have to prosecute those that are engaging in sexual activities with children. Part of what is entailed also in our report are some of the challenges that we are confronting as the NPA in terms of prosecuting cases arising from statutory rapes. One of those challenges is the role of parents that they play in terms of discouraging children to come forward and report some of these cases of statutory rape, and also fundamentally the issue of encouraging children to withdraw some of these cases. Without any further ado, Chair, I am going to invite my colleague, Advocate Ketelo, to come forward and lead us into the discussion insofar as statutory rape is concerned in the Republic. Over to you, Advocate Ketelo. Thank you, Chair.
Honorable Chairperson of the Portfolio Committee, members of the Portfolio Committee, different departments that are here, be greeted in the name of Jesus, amen. As my colleague have already said, I'm Vuyokazi Ketelo from the NPA. Honorable Chairperson, you don't get used to stand here, so bear with me. I'm going to be giving a presentation on behalf of the NPA. Maybe first and foremost, honorable members, let me just say that our mandate in terms of the Constitution is really instituting criminal proceedings on behalf of the state. And in doing that, the NPA plays a very crucial role as well in addressing gender-based violence, which include statutory rape. In addition to that, Chairperson, combating gender-based violence, which includes statutory rape, is a priority for us. And we are guided by the victim-centered approach that we are following. As we are guided by the victim-centered approach, we make sure that everything that concerns the victim, is at the center of our services. And by doing that, we really protect their rights as well. The legal framework is something that the colleagues have already presented on. We are guided, when we are doing this work, we are guided by the Criminal Law Sexual Offences and Related Matters Amendment Act, Children's Act, because what we are talking about today is a child. Therefore, Children's Act becomes very important when doing this work. Also, the Child Justice Act, one might ask why the Child Justice Act, because the Child Justice Act deals with children that are committing crimes, even the ones that we are dealing with. Sometimes children are the ones that are committing these offenses. So hence, it is very important to include legislative framework. But what becomes most important with these pieces of legislation that I've alluded to, they ask different departments to say to them, come up with a guiding principles, guiding directives to help your officials to be able to implement these pieces of legislation effectively and efficiently. So hence we have national instructions. I'm not going to dwell much on that. My colleagues from SAPS are going to speak to that. And as an NPA, we have directives on sexual offenses. What are these? These are policy documents which guides prosecutors how best can they deal with matters, of sexual offenses, sexual related matters, including statutory rape. So what we tell prosecutors in our directives is to say that don't merely withdraw these matters, make sure that there is an intervention that the child will receive out of this. So those are one of the things that we are saying. But moreover than that, we are saying to them, please, when you are dealing with these matters, make sure that you deal with them effectively and efficiently. So we have that. Also, National Policy Framework on the management of sexual offences. We also have that policy framework, which includes all different departments, their roles and responsibilities, who are also guided by that piece of legislation. Continuing on the legislative and policy framework, it is very important for us to say, Honourable Chairperson, today that statutory rape that we are talking about today is criminalized by Section 15 of SORMA Act. From now on, when I'm speaking about that piece of legislation, I'll be saying SORMA. So that legislation criminalizes, the statutory rape. It is very important to take note of that. Secondly, what is this statutory rape we are talking about in terms of the law? Statutory rape refers to a consensual sexual intercourse with a child who is between the age of 12 and 16 years. However, although such acts may appear consensual, although there might be a consent when you are looking at that particular scenario, the law deems children of this age group legally incapable to give valid consent for a sexual intercourse. So those are the things that we are looking at when we are faced with these matters. We are looking at the age group. Department of Health have already presented on that as well. And also children under the age of 12 years are considered incapable of consenting. There is no way one can say that a child that is 10 years of age has consented to what? To sexual intercourse. Why? Because the law says that those ones, they are incapable of giving consent. Very important. And very important from the presentations that we're listening today, the duty to report becomes crucial on this work that we are here for today. Section 54 of SORMA Act imposes a duty to report to certain category, of people when they become aware, that a child is or has been a victim of sexual abuse. That is very important, the duty to report. Failure to report, the Act also says that may result in the person enjoined to do so to face a criminal prosecution. Now, a question that begs an answer, is that happening? Do we really implement what the law is saying? In addition to that, also the Children's Act has the same provision that is providing to say that there are designated people that must report sexual abuse against children. Again, when you look at the Children's Act, it also provides penalties somewhere in Section 300 to say that if anyone acts against this piece of legislation, they must be guilty of an offense. Is that implementable? That's a question for me that begs an answer, even if it is provided for in a piece of legislation. We've just picked up, from this financial year, some of the numbers, in as far as statutory rape, Section 15, and also sexual offences. We wanted to do that particular comparison. This statistics is for this financial year between April and end of September. And we took out, a conviction rate of those cases. As you can see there, the numbers, they look very high in terms of the conviction rate. But again, for me, what's the question that begs an answer, you having that particular conviction rate, how many cases have you finalized? So those are the questions when you are dealing with this kind of work, you need to be answering. Also, we've just taken from the statistic outstanding cases on the roll. When you are looking at these outstanding cases on the roll, what I want you to have in mind is that duty to report. When you are looking, for example, at a regional court rape or statutory rape in terms of Section 15, we have 323 in the regional court, but in the district court we have 248 cases that are there. You'll also check the sexual offences. Again, when you are looking at this particular slide from April to September, are these all the cases that we are hearing about, or the number is very less. One person can argue and say that, I don't believe that we have these cases on the roll. What is the problem? What is the challenge? The duty to report is one of the challenges that we are having. We do not have many people that are coming, that are supposed to come to us and report these matters. Hence now I'm coming to key issues and challenges. The first and foremost challenge that we have taken out from the many challenges that are there, it's a non-compliance with the mandatory reporting obligation. Why? What is happening with these mandatory reporting obligations? There are different factors that one can pick up from the non-compliance of mandatory reporting obligations. Most cases of statutory rape are unreported, especially when the perpetrator is a family member. That we know. If my uncle rapes me today, I'm a child for this moment, members. If my uncle rapes me today, the chances are the uncle told me that do not tell anyone. We have those issues in our society. Or if I tell anyone, that somebody will say that whatever that happening in this household, it remains here. Those are the things that we are teaching our children, you know, or a neighbor or someone in authority. It also happened that someone in authority will be doing this, and when it's someone in authority, as a child, I'm unable to go out and report this. Secondly, victims, when we are doing these public awareness campaigns and legal education, victims, they fear stigma. If I go out, what will my peers say about me? I've been raped. That stigma as well plays a very critical role when we are looking at this issue. Disbelief, it is there in our society. When you go out and say, so and so has done this to me, people often disbelieve. They don't believe what you are saying. You are lying. You just need attention. Something like that. And in many instances, parents or guardians do not open cases because of financial dependence. We are depending for bread from your father. Now, if we go out, your father will be taken to jail. There are also those issues that are there. Barriers to mandatory reporting. When we're looking at this issue to check what might be the barriers as well, fear of reprisal and social stigma, I've alluded to that. Not knowing, the second point, not knowing first. You might find out all those that have been listed in terms of the law that have a duty to report, they are not aware, they do not know that I must report this kind of an issue. Not only that, misunderstanding, you know, a legal duty to report. They do not understand whether I must report or not. Perceived conflict between confidentiality and legal obligation. We've also had those discussions to say that some, they say that, but I have a duty to keep whatever that has been happening between me and my client, you know, confidential versus the legal obligation. Also, limited enforcement non-reporting penalties. We have penalties in terms of these pieces of legislation to say that if you fail to report, you are guilty of a criminal offense. But is that happening? Those are the things that we need to be looking at. Best practices and success stories. We have a model, Tutuzela Care Centers, that we have, which provide integrated victim-centered model. We are saying it is a best model simply because when you go to a Tutuzela Care Center to report these matters, you get all these services under one roof. So that will deal with issues of stigma, will deal with issues of secondary victimization and so forth. And also the reintroduction of the dedicated offences courts with a trained personnel. That in a big deal has also assisted us in moving with these matters. Very important. Trained personnel. You know, these pieces of legislation, they even go in so far as to say that before you get into the provisions of the law, ensure that you train prosecutors on social context. Why social context? Because sometimes when we are dealing with these matters, you apply what has happened to you, to the particular case. So that's why we need to deal with social context as well. So very important training of personnel that are working in these courts as well. Stakeholder integration and cooperation. For us, that is also very important, because as an NPA, you cannot only alone deal with a particular victim of statutory rape. You need social development that will be able to ensure that they contain the trauma, because for you to have a good witness, for you to have a witness that can go to court and tell what has happened, you need that witness to be contained in terms of trauma. Integration between the Department of Health. How are you going to know, what has happened? Now the doctors are able to examine these victims to say that indeed there was penetration, whatever and whatever. So that cooperation is very important. How can I forget my beautiful colleagues from SAPS? It's very important as well to integrate with them. Most importantly, public awareness and community awareness campaigns, improving reporting rates. That is very important for us to win, the reporting mandate that is provided for in terms of the law. You will go to the outskirts in the Eastern Cape where they will tell you that we don't deal with issues of mandatory reporting here. What we do, if something like this happens, we will only take out a goat to give to that particular female. Those are the issues that we have, in our communities. And how do we manage these cases? Really, as I've said, that the Tutuzela care centers for us, they are working very well, because once a victim goes through a Tutuzela care center, you will have a good victim for you to tell their story at court. Not only that, you will have a case that is trial ready for you to proceed. Now that also eliminates issues of postponing these cases, because that has also been an issue. What is important about this model, Tutuzela Care Center? It has 3 pillars of the NSP on gender-based violence, namely prevention. It doesn't matter for us to say that what we do is only prosecution. We need to go out there and educate so that we prevent that which can happen at a later stage. Prevention through public awareness initiatives. Support is very important. That is where a Tutuzela Care Center plays a role, because in terms of support, we ensure that there is that integrated services that we speak about, psychosocial services, wherein social development and also a non-governmental organization can come in and provide that particular service. Medical services, Department of Health are the ones that are assisting us doing a medical examination on these victims, and also legal assistance. What we have introduced with the TCC model, we have a state advocate that works between a Tutuzela Care Center and the courts to ensure that these matters, they don't only end at a Tutuzela Care Center, they only go insofar as our courts. So we also have that. Response as well, prosecutor guided investigation. We are not responsible for investigation. SAPS is responsible for investigation. But as a prosecutor who's going to be dealing with this particular case, you exactly know what is it that you need for you to be able to get a conviction rate on a particular matter. So you guide investigation. You are able to say to your colleagues from SAPS, what I need for this particular case, I need DNA results. So we guide prosecution, very important in terms of response. Currently, members, we have 66 Tutuzela Care Centers across the country. This is not enough. This is a very low number, but we are getting there, because each Tutuzela Care Center is stationed at a hospital, so that these victims doesn't have to go all around. We are avoiding secondary victimization. As I've already said, members, stakeholder collaboration is central to the effectiveness of this model. We cannot work alone, we work as a team. However, effective implementation requires referral pathways. That is something that we are still working on. We need that referral pathway, even if right now a victim of statutory rapes walks in at the Department of Education, for example, or an educator at school can see that there is something wrong with this particular child. That referral pathway becomes very important. I've spoken about intersectoral collaboration. How important is it? Now we've also have in different provinces gender-based violence and femicide structures, wherein we speak about these issues. What are the challenges? How best can we deal with the challenges? Also, we have case review forums in some of the provinces. I'm carefully saying that in some of the provinces because when you go to another province, it's not effective, and it's very important. That's case review teams, because you are able to follow up on the cases, you know, that you are dealing with, on the cases that are on the roll. What are the recommendations that we have when we are doing this work? Policy and law reform, very important. What we're looking at when we're crafting this one, policy and law reform, we're saying that let's strengthen enforcement of mandatory reporting provisions. You might find out at a later stage that this child, I'm making an example, that this child has been raped. And when this child has been raped, this child has gone to a clinic. But at that clinic, there was no reporting. Let's strengthen enforcement. Let's ensure that if we get to know that the child went through this different institution organization, let's strengthen enforcement of that, and also streamline case enrollment procedures. Very importantly, service delivery. As I've already said, members, we have less numbers of these Tutuzela care centers, because 66, when you are looking at our whole country, it's very more. Let's expand these Tutuzela care centers, improve victim support mechanism. Let's also improve, if there is something else that can work, you know, for a victim, why don't we have that? Training and capacity building. I cannot stress this one enough. It's very important. The fact that people, they do not know that they have a legal duty to report, for me, that calls for a training intervention. Increase specialized training for prosecutors. Let's train prosecutors. Let's train everyone. Let's train SAPs. Let's train medical officials as well, so that we ensure that this, that the law is saying we must do, it's happening. Community education on the rights and reporting. Let's go out there, let's teach the communities. These are the things that we need to be talking about. Resources, prioritize funding for victim services. That's also very important. In conclusion, members of the Portfolio Committee and colleagues, the NPA is committed to ensuring justice for victims of statutory rape, not only statutory rape, even other sexual offenses. Strengthening collaboration, resources, and training remains essential. And the protection of children is a constitutional imperative and a moral duty for each and every one of us that are also in the room. Every report matters. It doesn't matter what will be the outcome of that particular report. The fact that it is reported, there will be services that will be rendered to that particular child. Every child counts as well. I thank you.
Thank you very much, NPA. Without any waste of time, we're going to call police to give their presentation. And our last presenter is going to be Ms. Zandile Kumalo from Community Safety. Police, you only have 30 minutes. Apologies for that.
To the chairperson of the portfolio committee, members of the community, a representative of various stakeholders and departments seated here, let me take this opportunity to address you on the status of the SAPS with regard to cases of sexual offenses, with more focus also on the statutory rape. I am Major General Lechele. I am the component head, Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offenses Investigation. And I must indicate beforehand that my presentation is basically focusing on the overview and the status of the country with regard to the fight against sexual offenses and other GBV-related matters. If maybe the chairperson can allow me, I would request that we skip the slides of the legislative mandates. I think my colleagues have elaborated more on this, and I don't think it's really necessary for us to go through the legislative mandate. With me, I am with Brigadier Pudumo, the section head, Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offenses Investigation. Brigadier she's looking at me, and now it is a brigadier from Forensic Science Laboratory. Now she's looking at me, the name have just dashed. Colonel Mechwe from Gauteng province. I realize on the program Gauteng was expected to present, but like I've just indicated, the presentation will focus on the status of the whole country. And Brigadier Hlalele is the Brigadier of Forensic Science Laboratory that is going to take us through the status of the forensic lab, the biology section, with regard to the backlog. Brigadier, can you go to the slide of the background? Members of the committee, here is just a background to say the units that deals with crimes against women and children, especially your child protection, has been there in 2006, but at some stage the units were disestablished to the station, but in 2010, after seeing that there is a growing trend of crimes against women and children, and this needed a focus for the cases to be actively be investigated, then the units were re-established, and I can say in all the provinces the units has been established and they are being placed in different districts. Previously, we had clusters within the provinces. Now with the district, they are also being aligned to the district. You'll find that maybe in one district you get more than one unit that are situated in that particular district. And the mandate of FCS, which is Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Investigation, is a specialized environment established to ensure effectiveness and efficiency in combating crimes against women and children. Is to conduct awareness. In other words, we are not only focusing on getting cases. One rape we know for all of us, one rape is too many. Our intention is to make sure that we prevent as far as possible before our minor children or any women or any vulnerable people within the communities are being hurt. And the reactive part of the investigation is where the docket is registered, where the inquiry is registered, where a full investigation needs to be conducted in making sure that the docket is prepared and fully investigated for the court to can be able to take over. Sexual offenses includes your sexual exploitation and sexual abuse. It refers to any act, attempt, or threat of a sexual nature that result or is likely to result in physical, psychological, and emotional harm. The overwhelming majority of the victims of sexual offenses are women and children. We are not saying our males are not being violated. The head of Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences Investigation is entrusted with the responsibility to make sure that compliance of policies is being monitored throughout the country and to ensure that targets are met as set out in the annual performance plan. Part of our proactive measures that we embark on to make sure that these crimes are not being committed is awareness programs that we are conducting at schools, within communities when there are imbizos or gatherings. We do awareness through media, print media, social media, community radio slots, at churches. We do awareness as and when we are being invited. In some instances, we are having calendars of events, those major events, your Child Protection Week, your Youth Month, your August Month, your 16 days of activism. In all those major events and on daily basis, we do participate in making sure that our community is educated, our community is aware of the growing trend, is aware of the trends, and the community is safe. And without SAPS working alone, we do work with various stakeholders within communities as part of our fight to this scourge of sexual offenses, or your GBV, if we can name it that way. The reactive policing part is where the docket now is being opened, where the docket is registered, also where an inquiry is registered. We do basic processes when the docket is registered, I need to remind and confirm that for crime to be investigated, it doesn't mean you need to go to where the crime was committed. You report the crime, our survivors are expected to report the crime wherever they are. As soon as the scene of crime is being mentioned, that particular police station, if the crime is being reported at police station, would know which area is that where the docket is being taken. And immediately, the victim will be taken to the hospital there, not that to wait for the docket to be transferred before the victim can be examined. The docket will be sent through, and later on, the medical form, the J88, with the crime kit will be obtained for necessary processing. Part of investigation is also to make sure that we obtain witness statements. We rely more on our witnesses than anything. It needs to be mentioned that our first critical witness is the victim, him or herself. With the forensic evidence that might be there. So it's very critical that as soon as the crime has been committed, the SAPS get involved to make sure that that evidence is being preserved. Identification and collection of physical evidence also plays a very critical role. That's where, when a suspect has been identified, immediately, as soon as possible, the buccal samples also of the suspect are being taken, and when the crime kit, the sooner the crime kit of the survivor is there, or the victim, the sooner the buccals of the suspect, if he was already arrested, being obtained, the better, because when we send the packages to the FSL, we already put together the two exhibits and ask the laboratory to say, please analyze this. The suspect is already arrested and is going to appear in court, so that over and above, that case is being prioritized because somebody has already been arrested. Not that the cases are not being prioritized. I'm just making a reference to where the victim or the survivor opens a docket and already the suspect is arrested. It becomes more easy to make sure that the analysis is being expedited at the forensic lab. We also utilize investigation aids like your FSL experts in terms of our crime scene management. Our FSW stands for Forensic Social Workers. We are having a capability within the South African Police Service that deals with the statements of minor children. There are tools that are being utilized to be able to obtain the victim statement, even if maybe the child cannot talk. And this is a process, I must say. As much as we are looking at making sure that the investigation of children are being expedited, it can take up to 3 months, 6 months, and sometimes a year This depends on the child involved as to whether the child is able to understand certain aspects. Remember, we might be having a child that is maybe 6 years, but this child is thinking like a 2-year-old or a 3-year-old. It's a process of a forensic social worker to build a relationship, first to build a relationship with the child until the child is having that trust with the social worker before the social worker can do the actual work of obtaining or of providing the assessment. So that depends on the child, him or herself, but the social workers, those forensic social workers, have been fully trained and they are having the techniques that they are utilizing for that purpose. The identification and apprehension of alleged offenders is not just easy. It always becomes a blessing if a minor child is able to identify the perpetrator. It always becomes easy if the minor witness can recognize. They refer to the uncles, they refer to a lot of names. But after identification there, it is the responsibility of the investigating officer to make sure that the victim version is collaborated in all aspects so that when going to court, we know we are having the right person. Especially in the absence of the forensic evidence. Because with the forensic evidence over and above the testimony that is being given by the child, we still process the exhibit to FSL to strengthen our case. Then at the end, cases are being taken to court to be processed. I must also indicate that the members of the Family Violence Child Protection has been trained, and we are continuously recruiting, and as and when we recruit, we make sure that new members are being orientated, and then in the absence of formal courses also, we make sure that we provide in-service training for them to be able to do the actual work. Members of the committee, this is the slide of the capacitation of the FCS units in the country. You can see there, we are having 185 units in the country. Eastern Cape is having 28 units with 376 members. Free State is having 19 units with 182 members. Gauteng is having 23 units with 484 members. KZN is having 26 units with 446 members. Limpopo is having 17 units with 213 members. Mpumalanga is having 16 units with 214 members. Northern Cape is having 17 units with 154 members. Northwest is having 13 units with 166 members. Western Cape is having 26 units with 289 members, and at head office there is 25 members that are overseeing the activities of the units in the provinces. And when you check at the differences, you will see, according to fixed establishment, which is a determining factor in terms of allocation of personnel, we're supposed to be 2,670, and we are 2,548, and then we run short of 122 members the whole country. But over and above, the National Commissioner of the South African Police, General Fanny Masemla, has allocated 500 new recruits from the ones that are currently undergoing training to strengthen the capacity of the FCS in the country. Further on the capacitation, I need to mention to the House that an additional funding of 50 million has been allocated to provinces to cater for GBV programs. I need to mention that so far 30% of the budget have already been spent, and there are still commitments, and by the end of the financial year, we're supposed to have utilized the whole budget. The breakdown of
Apologies, ma'am. Your time is up. Thank you. We need to allow the next speaker to present until 1:30.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for your time, and thank you for the great presentation. We truly appreciate it. I will now call on Ms. Zandile Khumalo. You only have until 1:30. We'll set the timer for you as well. Thank you so much.
Good afternoon, honorable members and colleagues. Today's briefing speaks directly to our collective response under the National Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, which commit us to protect every woman, every girl from sexual violence and exploitation. So therefore, honorable members and colleagues, my presentation will focus on how Gauteng can strengthen oversight mechanism to ensure that every underage pregnancy triggers a statutory rape investigation, which aligns to our response to the NSP vision of South Africa that is free from gender-based violence. Just to give context to today's presentation, colleagues, In 2023, South Africa recorded over 90,000 teenage pregnancies. Yet alone in Gauteng, we have 15,000. Sorry, we have more than 15,000 cases that were reported through the Department of Health in their annual report. And in all of that, there has been 1,254 girls that were reported from the age of 10 to 14 years, which are falling under the category of statutory rape. Yet, only alone, it has been less than 300 cases that were reported that were open in the South African SABs. That is the crime that we took from 2023. And then all of this, it signals that there is a serious underreporting of statutory rape, which can be linked into the systematic breakdowns in the system. Through you, Chair, as the colleagues, they have alluded to the legislative frameworks that guides the work that we do. I would like to request that we skip this slide. Okay, and then when we move to this one, the departments are all working in silos when it comes to addressing statutory rapes. For example, if we look at the social development, they have their own registers that speaks to statutory rapes. We also have the Department of Justice, that talks to the National Register. We also have the SABS crime stats that also talks to the same indicator, which is the statutory rape. We have Department of Education that also talks to the same indicator. We also have Department of Health that talks to the same indicator, but they all fail in flagging the statutory rape as an abuse. Also, we have Department of Social Development, which lacks a full oversight of the incident. We also have SABs. When it talks to SABs, the SABs, they do not automatically investigate the statutory rape cases, which means that they must be fed the information, which means all of us, we are working in the same indicator, but there is no interlinked in the work that we are all doing. Okay, move to the next slide. Okay, and then when we move to this one talks more about the gaps that we find in the work that we are all doing. There is no standardized reporting, as I've alluded earlier on, colleagues, on the teenage pregnancy. Each and every department, they have their own way of addressing the issue. And even the registers, they do not interlink. There is no interlinkage of our work that we're all doing as departments, which means, therefore, that we cannot hold a department accountable for the instances of underage pregnancies. So now that the Gauteng department, through community safety, we are in the process of reviewing the National Strategic Plan, which speaks to the Gauteng response into gender-based violence. I want to take the committee through an example that we have. In Mpumalanga, colleagues, there has been a reported incident of 9,249 teenage pregnancies. Only 71 cases were referred to SABs. We can clearly see that there is a gap between the reporting of the incidences. As the colleagues have alluded, that our response should be more onto reporting so that we are able to prevent and find measures of addressing the scourge that we are faced with, which is underage pregnancies. And also there are community health clinics that often fail to report teenage pregnancies for the age of 11 to 14-year-olds. Where when these learners go to the institutions, these stats, they're only kept for stats purposes. They're not reported to SABs as a measure to prevent and to implement necessary forces to preventing it. The lesson that we can take away from these colleagues is that we need to work together in reviewing the referrals by 40% within this year, which is something that it's possible if we can work together and not work in silos, and we are able to fight the scourge of teenage pregnancy. And the recommendations that we would like to put into this house today, we are calling for the mandate of registration and investigation for all pregnancies, for all peoples under the age of 16-year-olds, which include statutory rape targets in Gauteng, in the Gauteng Strategic Plan on Gender-Based Violence, And then to centralize and integrate these registers that we have a centralized database, this can be achieved through partnerships with the e-govs, where they're able to integrate the data for us. And then we can also launch the Statutory Rape Response Task Team, which can be chaired by the Department of Community Safety. And we can also hold departments accountable using Section 208, which oversight the audits. And then we can ensure psychosocial support pathways are recorded and are referred and reinforced when needs arises. And then in closing, colleagues and honorable members, we would like to urge the colleagues that we have a right and an obligation to fight the scourge of underage statutory. We have the responsibility to fight the scourge of underage pregnancy by collaborating and having an oversight, not only to monitor the work that we are doing, but also to implement policies that will change the scourge and the picture of the country that we are in at this moment. And in so saying, thank you so much for the time.
Thank you very much, Ms. Kumalo. That was very informative. There's a number of things that I've taken out of this presentation. Once again, I think we are going to deliberate on, but there's something that you've mentioned towards the end, and you reiterated the issue of collaboration and the issue of implementing. But I don't want to dwell much on that because it's our lunch time now. We're supposed to go on lunch at 13:30, but it's 13:20, it's fine. The lunch is being held at floor 2A. We're going to be on lunch from now until 3:15. Can we please all come back? How? I wrote 3:15 here. That is my mistake. Apologies for that. No. We are coming back at 2:15. Is that 2A, right? Oh, floor 1. Okay. The lunch is going to be held at the first floor in the restaurant that I think we met in the morning. And we are coming back at 2:15. That is 14:15. May I urge everyone to please come back. This matter is very important. It involves the future of our country, and these are children as well. Thank you very much.
Long live the chair.
Everybody. I know we're starting a little bit later, but that was just to give everybody an opportunity to come back after lunch. Just to reintroduce myself, my name is Nazli Sharif, and I currently serve on the Portfolio Committee for Basic Education. Now, as the chairperson outlined this morning, this is led by women, youth, and persons with disabilities, but it is a joint effort with other portfolio committees, including basic education. And of course, basic education is a very integral part of this process because a lot of the school children or the learners are going to schools, and as the presentation the multiple presentations has outlined, teachers and those who are working at schools have a responsibility to report statutory rape. So thank you to the chairperson of Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities for including us, but also putting me in the hot seat as the chairperson of the session. And throughout the rest of the program, you'll have other members of the Portfolio Committee on Basic Education sitting in this hot seat, so at least I won't be the only one. So myself and Honorable Kanile, so I don't have a name tag. I don't know who to blame for that. But must we blame you, Chair? Okay, so we blame the chairperson for not having name tags for us. We don't feel very included. I'm just joking. So myself and Honorable Kanile were discussing what is possibly the best way to handle the discussion process. And what we've agreed to, and I'd like to present it to the honorable members, is that oftentimes when we ask all of our questions and then we have departments report at the end, we never get the answers. And this is a concerning trend. And I think in this term, a lot of portfolio committees have adopted to say we'll ask 1 or 2 or 3 questions and then get a response. So that way we ensure that the departments are responding specifically and directly to your questions. So what we're going to do for this session is we're going to start with all the MPs, and you will have the opportunity to ask 2 questions, and of course you can make comments as well, and you can add to the discussion. And then whoever you are asking those 2 questions to will then answer directly to you. Then we'll go to the next question. And we're going to do 2 rounds, and then of course, if we have time, we'll come back for a second round, and we'll do 2 questions again. So we'll start with the portfolio committees, and then of course we'll move over to local government, and if there's any provincial representatives, you can also ask questions, and it will be the same format. You'll say who you're asking the question to, you'll ask the question, 2 questions, the departments will respond to you, and we'll move on. And of course, the chairperson has said that if there is cross-departmental questions, you're free to ask that. So if SAPS wants to ask the NPA a question, you're free to do that. It will be a little bit strange to me because I would assume you're working together. So you would have answers to those questions. But this is government we are talking about, so we won't be too shocked if we find that you don't actually speak to each other. So all the honorable members, you will forgive me because I don't know you. I serve in a different committee. So if I just, just point at you, please forgive me because I think I can't read all of the name tags, but I will try and remember your names if you introduce yourselves. Okay. So it's only this way, yes, because there's only honorable members going this way. So anything from your side? You're good? Okay, and then myself and Honorable Kanile will then ask questions at the end. We'll just give everybody the opportunity first. So I'm going to start with Honorable Chauke Adonis.
Thank you very much, Co-Chairperson, and greetings again in the afternoon. I'd like to start off by appreciating the presentations that have been made by our stakeholders. I think, as you have said, it's just to make a comment, but also just, some clarity-seeking questions. One of the things that I picked up on in terms of the presentation is that there is a lack of interdepartmental collaboration that is taking place. And I think in the last presentation, it's something that was echoed quite heavily. Perhaps we can even from the Premier's office, because I would like to think that through the Premier's office, there should be some sort of coordination roadmap that outlines how the departments should be working together. Another one is that I think there should be a matrix system that is set up by the provinces and also in national that allows for the depositing of data. You've got the MPA that has indicated that they collect their own data. You've got the SAPS that collects their own data. You've got basic education that collects their own data, etc. And one would ask the question, where's all this data then being deposited and analyzed? So I think that's very important for us to really consider a platform in which that data gets deposited, but not only that, where we're able to analyze, someone who is specialized to analyze so that they're able to give a strategic plan to province and also to national. My third would be then the question that will go to social development. And I think this is social development sort of coordinating with the various NGOs. Have we identified how many NGOs we have in the province that specifically deal with issues that are centered around, let's say, gender-based violence and deal with statutory rape? And I think this would also be what are the organizations that the social development is aware of that deal with the young people, because those organizations are the ones that are able to pick up where there are areas of statutory rape and are directly within the communities. And lastly, would be to SAPS in the province, safety and security. I think one of the concerning issues here that you can just clarify is the process of reporting. I know we had a case in the Western Cape where a young learner was sexually violated, and at the police station they were told, the educators, they cannot be reporting. So perhaps what type of awareness is SAPS with the Department of Basic Education or Education putting in sensitizing educators and communities and processes of reporting? And I think that's very important. Chairperson, so that I don't waste more time, let me stop there for now. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure how many mics we have. Okay, so then will you help us give the mics, because the departments, we need to get answers from DSD and community safety. I'm not sure if there is any representative from the Premier's office. Is there? Okay, so maybe to the committee's support staff, we can just note those recommendations and then perhaps get written responses from the Premier's office. Cool? So we'll do DSD and then SAPS?
Thank you very much, Chair. And thanks for the comments and inputs. We've noted the inputs on issues of collaboration and also the development of the metric system for reporting. It will indeed assist to ensure that everything is streamlined. In terms of the number of NPOs, for GBV, we've got 12 shelters that we are funding for gender-based violence. But for organizations that are providing victim empowerment programs, I just don't have the figure with me, but it's more than 100 NPOs that are providing victim empowerment programs, you know, for people affected by GBV, and they are also placed at police stations. We've got what is called victim-friendly rooms. If a victim goes there, then she is, you know, there is a social worker who's attached, you know, to the police station, and they are provided with psychosocial, you know, support within the within the police stations. But in terms of child protection, we've got 128 NPO managed child and youth care centers, and we've got government-run CYCCs. We've got 8 in number, and we've got 87 designated child protection organizations. But overall, because
there are other programs that are contributing towards, you know, child protection and all that. We've got programs for under HIV/AIDS that are providing the early intervention and preventative services such as the RESIA program. We've got the Gemoja program under substance abuse, also targeting children. We've got the social behavior and change programs. We've got the family programs and all that. So overall, all NPOs in Gauteng that we are funding, we've got 1,696 NPOs that we are funding, and the budget for this financial year is 1.9 billion. Thank you.
Thank you so much for the question. In community safety, we are only responsible for the oversight. We are not the implementers. I think DSD has given us a sufficient answer to the question. In terms of the data collation, it's something that we can look into as a province in how we can have a proper reporting and proper referral metrics when it speaks to the data, so that we're able to track the case from reporting until prosecution. Thank you.
Good morning, good afternoon, everybody. It's still very early. Colonel Mekwe, the Gauteng Provincial Commander. With relevance to Gauteng, the process of reporting, I think the past two speakers have already elaborated on what actually happens. But what I want to bring across to the House is that every police station has got a GBV desk. That desk has always got somebody standing there in uniform and able to usher all the GBV victims when they arrive at the stations. So the process would then depend on whether the victim is at the police station or is a walk-in at our TCC, or the victim is now at the DSD. When the victim is at the police station, he or she will be ushered to our victim empowerment room, which is situated in all the 146 police stations in Gauteng. Then what will happen is that an FCS member on standby, as we do standby duties, will be informed of a person who's coming to report a sexual related offense. Then that member on standby will come on board, take a statement, and then take the victim to medical examination at our TCCs. Thank you.
Thank you. Honorable Shabango.
Thank you, Chairperson. I'm not going to... Let me first welcome and appreciate the reports that were presented here. They were of a very high standard. But my concern, Chair, is that we are sitting here listening to these reports. Very good programs. The one question that comes to my mind is that, are they impactful? Do we have a good story to tell? It won't help us to sit here and have stats and good programs, but they don't have an impact. I listened to the presentation here, I think it was NPA, mentioning the cases, the teenage pregnancy in Mpumalanga. And it's not NPA, someone presented, said there were 9,000 cases, 9,000 something, but only 70 was reported. Then you ask yourself, what is happening? Because all the departments that presented here, they were talking on a reporting mechanism. The systems are fragmented. There is no collaboration. That's the same Mpumalanga. That's where I come from a very deep rural area. This has been a concern. So at one stage, I asked the person in charge of the district to say, what is happening? Then they've got a very good program, it in Iputuma. Then you'll find that the recording of there is no child that the 15-year-old that delivered 000 whatever. These stats they are saying 9,000, but only 77 was reported. I'm just making a classical example of the Mpumalanga because it was mentioned here. But actually, my concern is about all these glamorous, good programs, good presentation that were said here. You'll excuse my language maybe to say glamorous as if I'm being rude. But concern, are they impactful? The recommendations from all the presenters, they were talking on the collaboration. There is no way that the departments can collaborate their effort sitting in that office. And this department, they need to come around a round table and put everything together. It won't help us, honorable members, to point fingers to say, we get the case, we go to the police station to open a case, they turn us back. The SEP, they say, we have a case, the DNA is at a backlog. What is happening? The person that was presenting for SEP mentioned something like, first there was a presentation that said, the specimens, they are not collected immediately. Yeah, specimens of the victim. There was something like that, not collected immediately. Then the SEPs comes and say, immediately the victim will be taken to hospital. Very contradicting statement from here. I hope we all heard that. Then you remain with a question, Guti, what are we doing? Are we really focusing on dealing with the scourge of statutory rape? Unfortunately, Chair, I won't be asking questions. All that I want to say is because I can't say it's my recommendations, it's the recommendations that are coming from different departments, that there must be a mechanism of reporting. It's there, but is it working? Until these departments sit around the table and come up with, you have strategies, put them together. We don't want to hear the good, it's a SEP, good NPA and whatever. We want to deal with the scourge of statutory rape, collaborated. Your work is intertwined. There's no way that it can be separated, and it won't help us to point fingers and blame that one and that one. We need to do our work and not on paper, implement and do what we're supposed to do. Because honestly, everything that we were presenting here is good, but it's not impactful. So I would like to close by saying, Chairperson, all the recommendations that were mentioned here, they are good. They need to be implemented, but we have to work together. The one thing that is also concerning members, the victims, somewhere, somehow they disappear. Even when the perpetrator gets the parole, someone is taking care of this perpetrator and they get the parole, but do we know where the victim is? That is for the social development. Can we look into that? Because once this the perpetrator is in jail, the victim is there, nobody takes care of the victim. When this perpetrator is released, it goes to the same community and the victim is there. The Department of Social services, they need to take care of that. That was my concern. So I don't have questions. It's just and also the last one, SEP. We are getting this report that there is a room for the victim when the person goes to the police station, but we don't see them. I can give you an example. I went to Hanichu. I mentioned this to one stage in my portfolio committee. I went to Hanichu police station to report my car that was bumped by a scooter. When I got there, the victim was sitting like everyone else. Dirty as she is, she's being interviewed. The room is written GBV, but everybody's using that room. Then I asked the police guy there told me, I don't know what is wrong with the other officers. So they're using this, and the victim is just in front of everyone being interviewed. We do not want to get good reports. We want to hear, to get the good results of what is happening. These rooms, they are not there. You visit them, they are to tell you the spider webs, to show that they are not being used. Please, guys, let's just do what we're supposed to do. Thank you, Chairperson.
Thank you, Honorable Shabangu. I know you didn't ask any questions, but you made very important statements, and I'd like to give the departments an opportunity if they would like to respond to anything Honorable Shabangu has said, especially social development around the process of when a perpetrator leaves jail, what happens to the victim. Oh, and SAPS on Honeydew Police Station.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm going to request the director responsible for child protection services to talk to it. Thank you.
Thank you, Honorable Chairperson, and thank you, Honorable Member, for your inputs. I think all of what you've indicated, let me start with the one around the fragmented services. I think today when we heard all of the other departments giving their inputs, there are some institutional mechanisms where all of us do form part of. I'll give you an example. For instance, we have the NPA task team that we go into and we report on some of the cases. We go into a meeting with the Department of Education in terms of reviewing some of the elements of our memorandum of understanding on certain cases that we find within the school environment. But these are just silo institutional mechanisms. And therefore, I think it's important in all of our recommendations, we spoke about the Office of the Rights of Children. There has to be a coordinating structure because children's issues cut across all of the departments. And therefore, we are really trying to intensify our efforts to engage our Office of the Premier so that we can establish the Office of the Rights of Children. I think through that particular mechanism, we will definitely be able to have a point where we all are able to report. We will be able to make decisive decisions related to the services we render, and then we would be seen to be more in synergy with each other's intervention. So that's something that we all mentioned in our recommendations, and we will certainly try and put our efforts together in getting the Office of the Rights of Children established within the Premier's office. Coming to the impactful programs, I think with our partners, which is the NPOs, we try to look at what types of programs do we render. Like our presenter, our chief director indicated, you have prevention and awareness programs, and then you have statutory intervention. But in all of the efforts by our various child protection organizations, there are no mechanisms to measure the impact. unless we have research being done, like for instance, we are participating in a research that is being done by the Gender Commission, particularly looking at teenage pregnancies within the Ekurhuleni region, where it's been cited as one of our high reporting areas for child pregnancies. So there are programs, yes, and there are beautiful programs. And yes, our reach is also, you've seen figures like 49,000, 23,000. But in measuring the impact of the programs is where some of our shortcomings are. As DSD, we recognize that. So the first port of call that we are now doing is we have gone to all our CPOs, and it's a difficult task, a mammoth one inclusive, where we're asking them, do you have your prevention and awareness programs written out formally? So we can have access to those programs, assess the program, and also find out whether these programs are being evaluated through the CPOs that are rendering these programs. So we're busy with that process at the moment to see how do we measure impact through evaluating these programs. But we do take cognizance of your inputs, Honorable Member, and we will definitely be able to give some inputs on our evaluation efforts in terms of our prevention and awareness programs. I think that covers that. The perpetrators released. This is a very difficult one, because you find that if the perpetrator is within that particular household, you also find that that perpetrator is a breadwinner. That perpetrator comes in, and the sad reality is we need to look at the vulnerability and the risk on the child. And in most instances, if the perpetrator comes back into the household, social development then institutes its statutory processes to remove the child. Our first assessment, when we do our risk assessment, we try and evaluate and assess if there are family members that will be able to take the child, so there's some form of familiarity. If not, the second port of call is then a private temporary safe care parent, which is unrelated to the child family. And our last intervention is normally temporary safe care in a child and youth care center, which is an institutional facility for the child. We always have to measure the risk related to the child in instances when the perpetrator is released. And the reality is the child is the one that gets the most emotional upheaval and destabilization in this entire process, amongst being a victim as well. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Can you please pass the mic to SAPS so they can respond to Honorable Shabangu, specifically around victim empowerment rooms, specifically at Honeydew Police Station?
Thank you so much. Firstly, let me start off by bringing to the House that as Gauteng FCS, I would like us all to remember that some of our units are still situated in the police stations. Some are housed, but others that are still at the police station are serving within the police station. But with Honeydew FCS is sitting at Rodiport. They are not sitting at the police station. Now, if one has to walk into the police station and see something that is actually not supposed to happen, I advise that we report with immediate effect. Because should it have been reported, maybe then, because at the CSC, which is the Client Service Center, there is a shift commander. If it was during the day, the station commander is there. The visible commander is there if it's during the day. But every evening when the shifts start, in the evening, there is a shift commander. Why and how was that victim there at that time? It was entirely up to that matter being reported immediately so that we could have found out. But I know for sure that at Honeydew Police Station, we do have a room, not in the CSC, that is used for our victims, where when our members come to the station, they collect those victims from there. So what happened within there, unfortunately, I'm not in a good state to can elaborate much on it. But what I can tell you now is that Honeydew knows that the Honeydew FCS that serves them is within their reach and a drive for them to take the victims there. But what happened on that particular day, unfortunately, if it was reported on time, I definitely personally make sure that I find out and I go and insist on knowing what actually happened in times like that. But our victims these days, guys, I'm sorry, but police officers have upped their game. We are actually, especially me speaking for the Family Violence, Child Protection and Sexual Offences units, we definitely up on our game. And on the matter that was in comment to say departments need to work together. We've got a cooperative agreement that sits at our Midrand Temple 1 every second Wednesday, where issues are discussed, where we are now seriously sister departments. Because if there's something wrong with Advocate Trotsky, she immediately calls me. She doesn't have to call my unit commander. She calls me directly. Then we deal with issues like that. So I think for Gauteng, I don't want to talk about other provinces, but as for Gauteng, we are definitely on a 70-point mark, Advocate Trotsky, if you allow me to say that we are actually doing better than we used to do before. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much, Honorable Mbiko.
Can we also just welcome Honorable Mente? She's a whip of the Economic Freedom Fighters, and she also serves on SCOPA and COCTA, as far as I'm aware. And it was also the initiative of her political party that moved the motion on statutory rape in the National Assembly.
Thank you very much, Chairperson. Mine is just to propose to SAPS, and they know it very well. Maybe they are working together in some cases with NPA. There is, or let me say, there are lots of trending, disturbing videos. Once we get these trending videos, which are very bad, sometimes violating the future of our children, we don't know where to report this. You just keep these videos in your phone and then you don't know what is going to happen. We don't know where to report it. I think if there could be a way that there is a, now I am advocating for a number that could be accessible to the public. Whenever one gets these kinds of disturbing videos, more especially if maybe the face is there, whether the face is there or not, but these perpetrators definitely they will get deterred to continue maybe or decrease their violent acts if they know that they are going to be reported. I'm happy that there is a very disturbing video that I have in my phone, and I've showed the General Likele. Fortunately, she only got it yesterday, but I got it on the 29th of September, but I was just sitting with it, not knowing what to do with this, but I didn't want to delete it. But fortunately, she said, "Ma'am, I got it yesterday. We are busy working with this." So this is what I'm advocating here, that there should be a publicized number, cell phone number, where people could just send whatever they get. The powers or those people in those departments will know how to track it. If they need to involve the Interpol or whoever, they will do that. But I'm coming from also, just like Mamusha Bango from the province of Eastern Cape. I was very touched, Advocate, from the NPA when you said these things, they do happen, but they are swept under the carpet because of hunger, because of poverty. Sometimes these houses, they don't have anything. They don't have any food. But if the perpetrator gives them 500 rands, 500 rands is a lot of money to them. So it means there is a education that needs to be done outside there. Because as you all know, in my province of Eastern Cape, we even have those cases where people are being twalad. They are called ukutwala. And you try to intervene, and the parents don't want you to intervene because they're going to get cows here, or 10,000 rand lobola, you know? So to them, it's going to remove the cat, you know, from a ziko. You understand? So I wanted you guys to be aware that we are sitting with lots of problems, but we don't know where to report these problems to. If you could please try and find out or create or work on this, on my proposal. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. And thank you very much from different departments. We've heard your presentations. They sound very good and very much contradicting. Social development. Based on your feedback, is the current resources levels applied, your portfolio of responsibility, adequate to deliver your intended services on this matter, on these matters? And if it is not, what is the level of resources required to address it? My second question to social development again. Coordination and collaboration on this area are critical to ensure meaningful impact. What other stakeholders has your portfolio of responsibility identify as being essential in implementing your current initiatives in this area, and which additional stakeholders have you come across thus far that could add value towards improving your interventions? Those are my two questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honorable Khwekana. Thanks for the question. In terms of resources, whether they are adequate for us to address the current, programs that we are having, they are not sufficient, and we continue to bid for additional resources. We did a clinical exercise where we checked for each sub-program number of social service practitioners that we have, and number of the caseloads versus the number of the caseloads per area and all that. So that gave us an indication of areas where we still need additional social workers to implement the mandate. Because we are doing this work in collaboration with the NPOs, we have also, we are looking at areas which are under-resourced and under-serviced to ensure that they also go there and service. We don't just service in areas where it's, lots and lots of, NPOs that are implementing the services. So what I'm saying is that indeed you will never have, all social workers, even if we we can have additional resources. I think it will take a long way because of the current fiscal constraints, within all government departments. The budgets have been cut. We would like to, employ additional staff, but with the current, financial constraints on compensation of employees within, government departments, it's just very hard for us to add or increase, the capacity. But we are doing with what we have. We are doing less with, more with, the less capacity that, we are having. In terms of coordination and collaboration with additional stakeholders, we always, because there's a lot that, when it comes to stakeholders, like your traditional, in Gauteng, we've got only about 2 traditional leadership, for example. So we always, roping them in so that they can work with us. I know when it comes to issues of, initiation and all that, we are participating, but broader stakeholders, we always encourage, everyone to come on board and assist us because of, child protection is everyone's, business. So whether it's at community level, the NPOs that we work with, and the business and private partners that we work with, it's just a consolidation of having the structures that we talked about, like that will be coordinated by the office of the, for the Premier. Thank you.
Okay, through you, Chair, my first question, it's not completely answered. Yeah. What is the level of resourcing required to address level of resourcing? Tell us what a level of resourcing do you require?
Okay. We require additional social service practitioners, that is social workers, your social auxiliary workers, your child and youth care workers. We also require resources in the form of, your tools of trade. Tools of trade in the form of cars, because when there is an intervention that is needed, social workers have to drive to that place and, and intervene. We need tools of trade such as, your laptop, the phones, and yeah, it's, those are the, the data for, because when they are sitting in courts at times, they need laptops so that work can continue, while sitting there waiting for, to address the matter in court and all that. What we are also currently working on is the establishment of a child protection unit. This is in the new Children's Amendment Act. So as the department, the process of costing has been concluded. So we are going to beef up the work that we're doing on child protection services. I trust that I've addressed. Thank you. Thank you, Honorable Member.
Ngiyabonga Sihlalo. Thank you, Chair. Maybe firstly, let me welcome and appreciate all the presentations that were presented in this house. My first question will go to health. Are there facilities, especially in rural areas, properly equipped to handle statutory rape cases in terms of staff, counseling, and forensic capacity? And the second question will go to SAPS. Of the 936 statutory rape cases reported in 2024-2025, only 570 arrests were made and 197 cases withdrawn. What are the main reasons for withdrawals, and what actions are being taken to improve convictions rates?
Thank you, colleagues, and thank you, Honorable, for asking that question. Even though sometimes they would say Gauteng does not have any rural areas, but we do know that there are many farming areas in especially the Sidibeng district and the Western district. And I must say that those two districts has the least populations in Gauteng, and however the facilities that we are having there are well equipped to actually provide medical as well as forensic interventions to victims of sexual assault or sexual offenses. The nurses and trained and doctors, we have an annual training that we are conducting, which is interdepartmental and intersectoral, even though it's not recognized by the South African Nursing Council, because that's another story. For nurses who are actually working in this area and are contributing, because some of them have even contributed to cases where the perpetrators were given life sentences in terms of the evidence that they provided after seeing these cases. The level of equipment that we are having is not necessarily at the standard that you would actually like to have. For example, in all of our facilities, whether rural or urban, we do not have colposcopy, which is an equipment that you can actually use to look at minute injury that you can't see with your naked eye. But it helps, and it helps magnify those areas for you to be able to then capture them even on camera. So our ability is actually limited by the absence of such equipment. However, in the absence of that equipment, we have ultraviolet lamps that we are using that then assist in these areas. So the nurses and doctors are adequately trained, and then we also have social workers and sometimes lay counselors that are then assisting with the psychosocial support that we provide on site at these facilities. I hope I've answered your question.
Thank you, Chair. And yes, it is true that we've got less cases that see the light in court. But the problems of this is that most of these minors, when they are brought through, they refuse medical examination. They blindly refuse to be examined at our TCCs, and they would allege that they actually had sexual intercourse and they're in relationships. Some of them would even refuse to give a statement. Some would even flee from their residential areas. And at other times, you see that these minors, when they do this, most of the times the parents would come back and say, but this kid told me that they are going to commit suicide. Those threats are unfortunately being taken serious, and we end up having less cases that are being taken serious by these victims and see the light in court. But as of in Gauteng, we were told not to release the stats, but I can tell you that for the 5-year period that we were doing the question in Parliament, we actually had 472 cases for the past 5 years. Unfortunately, on all that, very few were convicted in court. And I can tell you now that I'm sitting with 40 cases where I'm still trying to beg, if not kneel down, and show these kids how important it is for them to come forward so that we can continue with cases. And unfortunately, some of them, when they do this, they even abscond from school. So you find a parent now caught up in a situation to say, please go back to school, I'll go and drop the charges. Hence, in one of the recommendations that I never saw the presentation, I recommended that we definitely need to do a certain program where these kids will be, let me use the word rehabilitated, into understanding the seriousness of what happened to them as minors. I hope I answered you. Thank you. And maybe I should hold the marks because, wow, SAPS is in fashion.
Yes, SAPS is in fashion, not only here, but also. But anyway,
Thank you so much. Greetings, everybody. I'm Jasmine Peterson, representing the Patriotic Alliance. I don't think that I have questions, but I also don't think, okay, let's just go. So being a young person myself, I don't think, or rather, I believe that statutory rape is not just a legal issue. This is a violation of trust, dignity, and your childhood, right? Now, when we are silent, or we are only present when we're having inquiries, when like we're not doing this all the time. It's not an all the time thing. When we are silent and we're like that, this allows abuse to thrive. So I'm from the west of Joburg, so I'm from West Rand. When I look at the West Rand states, I'm shocked. Because it seems now that the HIV incidence for West Rand, for females, is higher than the other regions. Now, I come from a very small community in the West Rand, and when I heard you say that every police station has GBV discs, when you walk into the police station in my community, we're at the door, so chances are someone is coming to report rape and I'm coming to certify documents, but I'm hearing everything. So now, chances also are that people from my community can only report rape cases during the time of 9 a.m. and 4 p.m. So if anyone else is raped after 4 p.m., you must now go to the police station in the town, which is like 10 minutes from where I stay. But if you don't have transport and there's no vehicles to come to the police station where you're at in my community, chances just are that those cases are not going to be reported. So we look at the stats now already, and it's that high. What about the states that haven't been reported because you were now raped after 4 p.m., but you cannot report it to the police station in your community? With that being said, it's also shocking to see that it is the states knowing that we don't have full representation or efficient assistance from social workers within my community. So I don't think I maybe have questions, but I have concerns around what the stats look like and the support we get in the West Rand, maybe not as my community as a whole, but other communities as well. Thank you.
Chair, may I?
Thank you. I will note you. Thank you very much, Honorable. SAPS?
Yes. Thank you so much. I'm not going to let that one slide because I was actually a commander at Krugersdorp for 3 years. Actually, from what you have just said, I can make sense that you're talking about satellite police stations. There are places where we've got satellite police stations. Those are not fully functional police stations. They are there to assist during the day with taking people to the police station, transporting them so that they can go and lay charges. If there is some domestic violence or whatever that could be attended, there's always a van there that attends that. But most of the seriousness of the crimes that are reported there, those people are now being transported to the police stations. But at the West Rand of all, we have seen now Motlaken becoming a fully functional police station. We are in the process now of getting 2 Comsres and Western area, no, not Western area. There's a place between Western area and Protea. No, not Ferring. No, between when you're driving from Western area on the N12. No, before Waterworks. Where there is a church, where there is Mudisa Church, what's that place called? Zirbakom, yes. Zirbakom and 2 Comsres now has been approved to become fully functional police stations. I understand the struggle of the people at 2 Comsres and in that Zirbakom very well, and I know you are referring to 2 Comsres. I'm sorry to say that, Chair, but I know. But nonetheless, those people are receiving treatment as anybody else. And I can tell you now that when you walk around, I live around there also. When you walk around, I normally stop my car in the evening and speak to these girls. At other times, you'll find that they say, no, but they asked me to go and report, but no, I don't want to report. I just want to please my mom and whatnot. So, after all, those people that are trying to play us as the police are actually standing in the way of the people that actually need help. But I am glad that in the near future, Tukomsres and Zirbakom will be fully functional police stations. But bear in mind that when they say a police station operates during the day, it simply means that it is a satellite police station that is giving assistance as to what the main police station is doing. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you very much. Honorable Letlape.
Thank you, Chair. I just hope the Chair will understand that being the only male in the committee, I have extra time. Just so we start there. I'll start first with a comment from the flavor of the day. The SAP. There's a ministerial 6-point plan in the presentation. And point 5 of the 6-point plan says, families and victims of sexual offenses, femicide, and infanticide should be referred to the victim support services that are available within the precinct for legal, medical, social, and psychological help. As a survivor of femicide, none of those things were offered to me and my family. And this was in the northern suburbs. So I just want to know whether this is just things that exist on paper, but practically cannot be accessed. And it can't be because I can't speak for myself or they can't communicate with me. But I'm telling you what personally happened, because we were at the site and there was never any support that was given. And in between, we had to pester and follow the detectives to get updates. Even post, we're not being informed. So that part of the ministerial plan, I'm not sure if other people access that, but we didn't access it. So I just want to hear, and not to exceptionalize, about really what's happening on the ground. I was just warming up, so relax.
Oh, nice.
Now for the questions. What are the reasons for poor performance for mandatory reporting? This is not just to you. It's mainly even to the department, the teachers, the healthcare professionals. What are the reasons? Because you see, we have this thing of nobody telling us why these things are not occurring. The teachers are not here, the nurses are not here. And we come up with solutions that have nothing to do with why this is not occurring. We pass more laws and nothing happens. So for me, I'd like to know what are the reasons so that we could come up with solutions to those reasons and help with that. Are there any enabling mechanisms for reporting? Or do we make it difficult? I'm a healthcare professional. You sit there as a nurse. You overworked. There's a next, and now you're expected to do admin work. Are you supported to do that admin work? Are there forms, like the forms that we have for assault, that are ready, that people are trained for on this? So they are pre-populated. It's easy to do the reporting. Does that support exist? Now, related to the issue of mandatory reporting, I'd like to hear the comments of all of you here, including social work and the police. Why don't we have mandatory family and community reporting? Because that's where the crimes occur. Why don't they report? Why do we have this, oh, it's because people are poor, that's why these things are happening. We blame poverty for everything. People get killed, oh, it's because people don't have money. People don't pay, but they drunk half the time, they bet half the time, but we say they don't have money. We need to get out of this poverty trap. Now, when we have unnatural deaths, there's an automatic inquest. If we have something like statutory rape, why don't we have that there will be an automatic inquest for any 10 to 14 or 10 to 16-year-old mother? Because that's part of the definition of statutory rape. Why don't we pass a law that there will be an inquest? So it's not about whether the parents like it or they don't like it. We'll find out who is the father. And with that automatic inquest, there should be mandatory paternity testing. And then the law should follow its course. Where after that, it's not a question of representation by a lawyer. It should just be, you've exceeded the speed limit, this is the fine, or you go to jail, or in other countries you sit in prison for a week, so that it gets out of the legalese that we have, where you have cases that are outstanding for many years, so that once the inquest has been held, the law should apply. Why can't we have reforms of that nature if we're going to get on top of this issue? I'm happy that the answer was given about resources, but I would want a more scientific answer, where you say this is the workload, this is the number of personnel that we need, given the workload, and these are tools of trade that we need. So it should not be like a loose discussion. So that when people come to us for budgets, we are able to say, have you factored in what the needs of the people are on the ground? Where are those human resource plans? So it should be scientific. It can't just be something that is not based on evidence. So that you have norms that say the staffing norm of a police station that serves so many people should be there, so many vehicles, so many police, so many departments, etc. So we'd like to have a more scientific application so that we can provide you with the necessary assistance that you need. So that when we go to Parliament, we can question the relevant ministers that they are not doing their job properly, they are not supporting their units properly, because they are not asking for the appropriate resources for what is being expected. 4 councillors of a certain sort for a nation. I was doing the figures. 6,000 education sites with 133 social workers. That is woefully inadequate, unless if our plan is to fail. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you so much, Honorable Letlape. You had asked.
Thank you so much. Unfortunately, Dr. Letlape, we've got something called onus of proof. So in trying to cut things short, constitutionally doesn't work. Matters needs to be proved beyond a reasonable doubt in court. But nonetheless, as of the comments that you have raised, I also, for one, as a police officer, am also still needing to challenge our constitution in saying, how do we allow a 12-year-old to wake up in the morning and leave the parents in the house and go and do the termination of pregnancy? So you see, there is a lot of things that we actually need to sit around and discuss, and maybe set certain things, or maybe these things need to be amended. Because if we were going to do that, I can promise you now, we would fight the statutory rape with honor and dignity. Story for another day. But nonetheless, I want to talk about your poor performing comment that you raised. Unfortunately, most of these parents are paid, and I'm going to say it loud. They get paid when the children are violated. And statutory rape is actually a crime that is committed against the parent. You violating my child, you committing that crime against me, hence I must go and lay those charges. Unfortunately, they get paid and they come now and drop the charges. Some of the children come in and lie and say, I was raped by person X, when they know definitely that it was person B. You end up going to court with something that doesn't exist for that person and that case to be withdrawn in court. And the examination. In cases like this, it's very important for them to go through examination, especially when we talk about girls that are already pregnant. In case of termination of pregnancy, they go to the doctors, we set an appointment, we go there with the kit, we collect, we take to forensic science laboratory so that we can be able to do DNA analysis so that we can find out who the actual perpetrator is, based on the fact that children are lying. But I can tell you now that most of the children that are very young, we get a lot of joy in them, forcing them to do examination, especially when sexual assault case has been laid. We definitely think that this child might be scared to actually tell that I was actually raped, not touched. So unfortunately, with the children's rights, or whatever we may want to call it in black and white, if it's pleasing to us, these kids have got the right to deny medical examination. No doctor, no police can force them to do that, unfortunately. Maybe also that should be a story for another day. And I've heard you talking about femicides and whatnot. In the unit that I'm coming from, can we take note that we are only dealing with sexual offenses? Though GBV is an umbrella that has all of us in it, but we have our general detectives that deals with those cases. I only deal with the warm bodies. So anything that has to do with extra in other than that is being dealt with by our general detectives. But nonetheless, I know that they are also in the same struggle as we are, and they are also trying to do their level best in making sure that everything that is being reported is being proved beyond reasonable doubt. I don't know if I answered you, Dr. Letlape. Maybe with a smile you're convinced.
All I'm asking, Chair, is about the support that needs to be given. I'm not trying to blame. I'm just saying there are things that are written there about support.
Let's quickly.
And just to say that, that's all that I'm asking. And I would like you, based on your answer, to be clear, and I agree with you, that we need to do constitutional reforms if we're going to make this country safe for everyone. But it needs to be a clear statement that is being said so that we can then be tasked to do our job.
Thank you. Honorable Letlape, the Gauteng Commissioner might not be able to answer your question, and perhaps we can say to the support staff to put it in as a to note it so we can ask for written responses.
Yes.
I'd like to now move on
Member, yes, in our presentation, we did try and lift out the issues that's impeding reporting. One of it is that according to the Act and also in the protocols that schools should report. But then when we look at the different cases, if the incident happened at school, you find there is reporting. But reporting to who? The protocol says you need to report, according to the Sexual Offences Act, to the police. If it is an older or historic matter, didn't happen that day, it can be reported to the police or this a designated social worker. But what we find, and I'm talking Gauteng specific, is that our schools feel they've reported if they sent it either to the provincial office on the principal's platforms where they report incidents like broken windows, theft incident, and then a matter as serious as this is also put on the platform. So the understanding of your mandatory reporting as the accounting officer of the school, the principal, if it is disclosed to somebody or somebody else finds this is what happened, and they inform you and the forms are completed, incidents report, the next step is reporting it to the police for sexual related matter, or if you're not sure, you suspect, to social development. And this is where we find there isn't, not all, you saw how many schools we have, not all respond. Their understanding that they've reported it to either the IDSO, the district, and that understanding you're supposed to report to that authority that would then investigate, because you're reporting for investigation. Then we have the other matters where it happens at home, it happens on their way to school, or a child discloses at home that a fellow learner, staff member did this to me. So parents come to school and they report. And I won't say it's always principals, there's a mandate, it can be deputy. SMT says, then you need to go to the police station, whereas the protocol says the school must report. Then we have the schools that go and report, and at the police station they told, as this child got parents, yes, the parent must report. So then they come back to us and say, but why is your protocol saying we must report, but my nearest police station says I can't report, the parent must report. And what if the parent is the perpetrator? So children are sent back to those that home where they've been abused, and nothing happens up until somebody speaks to a social worker, and sometimes things are done so informally. That is not just schools. I'm not going to put the blame alone at schools. We have district and provincial officials that we go to schools. You're either monitoring curriculum, you're monitoring governance, all those things. And somebody says, 2 weeks ago we had this matter. Oh, who did you report it? And then you find myself or one of the psychosocial support colleagues in the passage, and you say, 2 weeks ago at the school somebody told me that. So the urgency, the not knowing that there is consequences, but on the other hand, who is going to follow up on that consequence? If it's not, I think one of our councillors put up a recommendation that this needs to be in our performance contracts, and it can't just be the school. Even when you come and visit schools, we have school readiness that starts the year before, and then in the year that the January when schools open, there's again an intensified visit by everybody. We check everything, but we don't check if the school is aware of child protection legislation. Are they implemented? Have they got the Form 22 readily available? Are they linked to the nearest police station? Are they linked to the nearest clinic? For to me, we look at the structural, is there a fence, is those, but we don't look at those. So as education, we really need to go back, and even our SGBs who are there as a representative of parents in their training, I'm not sure if this is also shared with them. And then, as I said this week, we had the first consultation session on the revising the protocol document. And the feedback there from our colleagues from mostly districts was that schools are afraid to report because they're not sure about their safety, especially if it's matters that happen at home or in the community, and the child disclosed there. Then it's almost like it's parents, community members. It is not your business. Whereas the access, where it's disclosed, you're supposed to report. So that is the one. And as I said when I was presenting, it's real, the issue of people sitting down and almost having a mini hearing and deciding who must pay and what you must pay. We had one specific matter where the grandmom said to the social worker, since this child became pregnant and the gentleman he was an educator, came and presented himself, we are living as a family. You can open my fridge, open my cupboards. This child has been cared for. And there's a promise for where, if she's finished with school, that he would get married to her. What are you offering me? 350 Rand. So, you know, that is the real issues that are on the ground. And also where parents, I'm going to say parents, caregivers, open cases or report the cases to police, they go and withdraw it. Because, and then the school just says, oh, it's withdrawn, what must we do? And that also impacts on some of the disciplinary hearings, because then it's a matter of, if already it's withdrawn, there's no case. You know, so this is where we have these kinds of situations, and I'm not going to generalize. There are some schools that we receive those Form 22s and they sent it through. They are concerned that there's no follow-up. Nobody tells them what happened to the case or, you know, the matter after they've reported. So there is that. But a lot of the schools, whistleblowers are not protected. When I come out of school, I'm threatened at the gate that you interfering, the girl is my girlfriend. But our boys are also at risk. Currently, we've got a boy in primary school. He's over age for primary school. But he's got a child, he is just turned 17. He's got a child with a 37-year-old woman. And when I was consulted on the matter, the first thing I asked, did you report it? Because it's also abuse. So, like I say, both sides of it, but the whole thing is who's going to protect us? You're telling me it's my mandatory obligation, but I'm living in the community. So what am I going to do? And the onus is on you to report. So that discussion it's so delicate because it impacts on our children's daily lives.
Thank you very much, GED. Let's give it to DSD. So we'll just come down, we'll do DSD and then health, and then we'll go to Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Honorable Chair. I think Department of Education adequately covered, you know, the impediments for mandatory reporting. So I'm not going to repeat, you know, what she said in the interest of time. But going to the issue of resources by Honorable Dr. Letlape, yes, as the department, we have done that clinical exercise, you know, that will tell you for each side, because we've got 5 corridors in Gauteng. So we know the norm is 1 social worker to 5,000, you know, people. So in Gauteng, we've got about 15 million, you know, people. So we already know the number of social workers that we have versus what we need. We have also took it down to the case loads in terms of the norms and standards, because legislative frameworks and our service delivery model informs you that a caseload for a social worker is 1 social worker who must carry a caseload of 60. So we have also done that analysis, and it told us in each corridor, you know, what are the number of social workers that we still need to do to close the gaps. So that's just about human resources for child protection services. And over and above that, like I said, the work that we do is augmented by our non-profit organizations. We've got designated child protection organizations and child and youth care centers that we have registered in different, you know, at corridor level that are assisting us to implement, you know, this mandate. When it goes to the other resources such as your cars, we have done also, because recently we got serious budget cuts from Treasury, where the department was also just considering even returning some of the cars to G Fleet. But we did an analysis, intense analysis, to check the number of cars per corridor and the number of cars that we still need. So then that exercise of taking back the cars to G Fleet fell off, because it reflected that we still need additional, cars to enable social service practitioners to implement the mandate. Same as with laptops, the cell phones. So the data is there. It's just that I don't have the numbers on the top of my hand. But we have done an intense analysis that informs us where we are and what is it that we are needing, But unfortunately, because of the fiscal constraints, like I mentioned, we are so constrained, and we will appreciate the advocacy, from, the honorable members, so that we can get additional, resources that will enable us to implement this mandate. We are just scratching the surface, because our communities are really growing, and when you look at where we are, you realize that some of the services are still, in towns and in the outlying areas where we're supposed to be going. There are no services. People have to travel and take 2 taxis before they can go to a social work, office. We came up with a plan after we have done an analysis of under-resourced areas where we don't have services, where even the NPOs are not reaching. We wanted to put up the modular, what you call a modular structure. If there is a court, for example, in an area, but we don't have a social development office, we wanted to put up those structures so that social workers can, go there where people are for services to be easily accessed. We have also costed the exercise. We are constrained by, resources to procure those structures so that services can be easily accessible. Thank you. I hope I've answered.
Thank you, Honorable Letlape. Thank you so much. There's help. To respond to you on the issue of poor reporting, not only is it on the victims, but also us as departments. We do not. Let me give an example. If you are to send a legislature question to all of these units, the social services, your DSD, your GDE, and then your DOH in Gauteng, and you say, give me the number of these cases that you had. We're going to report different numbers, all of us. But we're talking about the same person that has went through the education cycle, that has went through tour facilities, and that has been referred to DSD. So we need those sessions, not even sessions, but mandatory platforms that enable us to collate the information together with the SEPs and our security services, the Gauteng Security Service, and then our SEPs as well, to ensure that we are able to look into these issues and ensure that all the cases that health has detected, then DSD can then say, but I only have 22 from 22 forms, or 200 from 22 forms, but you are reporting you've got 60 teenage pregnancies. Where are the other forms? So that level of accountability, and then SEPs can come through and community safety to say, no, but on our end, we've got so many numbers. I feel that level of detail and that level of engagement is lacking within the department in Gauteng. And that's what should be instituted to ensure that each of this particular pathways, all the way from what our unit does when these people come to the facilities and we examine them, we complete these forms, we give them to DSD, DSD takes it from there, it goes to our security services. That level of accountability needs to be there. In terms of, you mentioned something about the resources, and I think DSD has highlighted that. I'll just give a brief. In terms of our health facilities, no, we don't have enough resources. That's the direct answer. And this is multi-layered. Firstly, the issue at hand is we are working with a structure, an organizational structure that was approved in 2006 at the Department of Health in Gauteng. By then, the population was, KZN still had the highest population in South Africa. So Gauteng was sitting at about 9 million, KZN was sitting at about 10 million. Now we have overtaken KZN, we're sitting at 16 million, and we're still operating with the same structure. So the supply and demand modality is really not working on our side. The norm says 1 doctor, 1,000 patient. Now we're sitting at 1 doctor, 3,000 patients. So you can only tell the business of our public health facilities and the staff that is at hand. But of course, I'm not here to present problems only. I need to also provide solutions. So the structure that we have proposed to make sure that it accommodates for the needs of the department is, has been ventilated at all levels and currently is awaiting approvals from the Premier and as well as the DPSA. So once that is done, then the facilities, those positions that they have put in there can get approved and they can recruit as such. I also need to add that when we have moratoriums, can we exempt certain departments from moratoriums? Health cannot be affected by a moratorium. I mean, we had a moratorium during COVID and health was also affected. So such issues are issues where I'm sitting there and people are resigning, of course, but you can't fill the positions. And you are sitting here, you've got a crisis that you're supposed to be handling, you know? So at the same time, I feel like maybe that at a higher level, and maybe as it pleases the committee to say, the portfolio committee to say, maybe then we must advocate for some of these factors that are really impeding on the delivery of services. I think I concur with the colleagues with regards to the current impediments that we're facing. Thank you so much.
Oh, yeah, I'm going to try to be very quick. Just to add to what my colleague was saying, Dr. Letlape, we have, as he indicated, we have done the exercise of health resources that are needed for us to adequately respond to the needs of people. But then we also need to factor in the fact that I think clinical, let me say forensic services in health are actually not a lucrative area of specialization. So you sit with a dire a need for health professionals or medical professionals to enroll to become forensic specialists. And that affects also how we then respond to this growing need for health services for victims of gender-based violence. And in your question that you are asking, when you are asking about the causes as well, it's what we also think we need to take into consideration and factor into our thinking and our approach and response is that before this issue can actually become a legal issue where our focus is currently lying in responding to sexual violence, it is actually a behavioral issue which needs a whole community response and intervention. So resources need to then be redirected to communities to address this issue within the communities before it can become a legal issue. Before it is even a health issue, it is a behavioral issue and only becomes a health issue when there are health consequences that the person is experiencing. In other words, if there's a pregnancy, if they have an STI, if they're afraid of contracting HIV, then they will come to the health facility. But other than that, they will not. That is why you see the underreporting that is happening, because when there is no worry, they don't report. Then also with the Form 22s, health professionals used to feel very apprehensive to complete the Form 22 because they were thinking that by completing the Form 22, they may have to then go to court. It is like they have opened a criminal case And we had to then take them through a training program to actually inform them that they are only but reporting in good faith. So nothing is going to happen to them by completing the Form 22. And now that is happening. And then you talked about the issue of I'm unfortunate that you actually were a victim of femicide. However, what has happened now in FPS, they are not here, but it's our sister unit, so I can speak because I know what's happening there. They have, through the MEC's intervention, they've actually appointed someone to provide pastoral services at the 11 FPS facilities that we're having in Gauteng. But then there is also a clinical psychologist who has been appointed to assist with the psychosocial support services that you are talking about. So people who have experienced unnatural death, when they go to the facilities, this is a service that is now being offered to them, so that they can then at least get that counseling, that trauma container that I was talking about at the facilities, and do not have to run around to get those type of facilities. The last issue that I would like to talk to is just it is a question that was asked by Honorable Shabangu earlier on around the confusion between the early reporting and the delays in the collection of the kits. To say, because I mentioned that fact, and then SAPS said as soon as a person opens a case, they are taken to a health facility. However, what happens is when that person is brought not by the FCS but by the visible policing unit, the ones that are in uniform, when they bring the person to our facilities, they normally drop them off there and go and attend to other services. And then once you are done, you have to then call them to come and fetch the person. And when they come and there are no injuries, like I said, if there's no visible injuries, then they say there is no case. That is why they then don't come and collect the evidence collection kit that has been completed. And that then leads to a delay in processing that case, because many a times we have seen through research that in over 60% of cases that are sexual offense cases, there are no visible injuries that you see when you first see the patient. And especially because over a third of the patients that we are seeing are actually reporting after 72 hours. So even then, the likelihood of you finding injuries has also diminished. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Honorable Ngobeni.
Thank you very much, Chairperson, and good afternoon to everyone. I wasn't here a little bit earlier on, but in preparing for today, I do have a couple of questions as well as observations. I'm only going to ask 2 questions because time has left us quite speedily, and I'm sure we'll have a little bit more to deliberate tomorrow. I think what is clear is that we have a serious values crisis. Sincerely, if we are going to be dealing with situations where, you know, poverty or parents can decide that the perpetrator, the educator, the uncle, whoever, is able to pay their way out of having violated a child, that's on another level. It's not even a legal question. It's a serious values and moral question. And I think that in order to respond to the behavioral change that you just mentioned, sir, is that sometimes behavioral change must be forced. And if you must legislate, then you must legislate. So the question I want to ask is related to the fact that the state is the final custodian of children, ultimately, even beyond parents. So what I want to understand is, in the case of withdrawals, for example, and we see this with gender-based violence cases, with women also, in some instances, men as well, who withdraw cases after, I don't know, negotiation or whatever the case may be. There was a time where SEPs, and I remember this because I had to help somebody register a case, open a case against someone. She was asked explicitly to say, you must sign an acknowledgement or some kind of disclaimer that says, if you withdraw this case and the state deems it unnecessary or that you should proceed with the case, depending on whatever the findings were, that the state could in fact prosecute you for wasting the state's time. I don't know if that is still happening, but I think in a situation where a parent and you have a child, and I'm thinking about what you were saying to us now, ma'am, that the state should intervene, that somebody can withdraw because they've been paid. I think that is a travesty of justice, and it shouldn't be allowed. And I want to understand perhaps what mechanisms that could be in place for us to be able to do that, because I don't think as a society we can continue to wait for that. There's a worrying article that was published by Network 24, I think a couple of days ago, that spoke to almost 3,000 cases of children and child pregnancies. That is a staggering number. What I want to understand is if in fact and this is for DSD, that how in your report you mentioned that the state has invested about 480 million rand, which is 25% of the children's program budget in child protection services, but then the data only shows that it's just under 2,000 statutory rape reports vis-a-vis over 28,000 teenage pregnancies in the same period. So if you are given a quantum for you to be able to respond, but then you've already overspent on unreported, on lesser reported cases, how does that tally? That doesn't come through. I'm confused about that. The other question I wanted to ask is, why is it, and is it the only way that we can police statutory rape through the result of pregnancy? Is that the only primary instrument that we can? Because it shouldn't follow that that is the case. What happens in a case where, like you've just mentioned, that kids can go and have abortions? What happens in that kind of an instant? It doesn't follow for me as to how we mitigate the two. But what is clear is that we have a mammoth task, and I don't envy most of you. It's really a serious problem that we have. And I'm not sure, as a society, where do we begin to reverse this? And maybe it starts with what you said around the Constitution, which is a conversation for another day. Because that is also, we are here because legally that is what we have afforded the people of South Africa. And the only way to reverse the tide, I'm always reminded of the COVID instance. If we were not forced under COVID to change behavior, we would have not been able to either conduct our meetings through Zoom, and it's normal, and all of the things that COVID precipitated, and we were forced to do it legally. And so perhaps in other ways, even issues like this can only be resolved. Behavioral change can sometimes be resolved when the legal framework is in such a way that it does not tolerate abuse of power, abuse of seniority, abuse of culture, and all of these things. And mothers who are withdrawing cases because they are being paid should actually face the full might of the law, which is equal to how we saw Jocelyn Smith's mother be brought to book for what she has done to her child. And I don't see why that should not apply absolutely everywhere, and if whether there shouldn't be a test case for the Constitutional Court to consider this for the sake of our children, for the rest of society. I'll leave it there. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Honourable Ngubeni. Your last question around the teenage pregnancy being an instrument to determine, who are you directing that question to? Okay, so we'll start with SAPS, and then we'll do DSD, and if you want to jump in on that question, feel free. So please, to the departments, let's keep it succinct. Let's not repeat ourselves. We still have quite a few questions, and I know this committee likes to be on time, so please don't put me under pressure and talk too long. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Number one, what you spoke about when you say people get to sign something when they open cases, it's actually a perjury form, where we are saying to you, if we were to find out that you lied, then we will charge you with perjury. Because when you come and open a case, you sign your statement, we read it back to you. After you sign it, then we tell you that this is a perjury form, where if we find out that you were lying, you would actually be charged for perjury. And in cases where people want to withdraw cases, remember when somebody has been arrested, it solely lies on the court now to decide whether this person can withdraw or not. So what happens is that between us and the court now, there is something called consultation. We would go and inform them that person A wants to withdraw the charges, but then those charges will not be withdrawn until that person has been to court for consultation, where now the senior public prosecutor will take a decision on the matter, whether the matter is going to be withdrawn or not. In cases whereby we've got matters that are on the trial, it becomes difficult for you to come and say you want to withdraw, because we make an application before court, Section 205, to actually compel you to come and testify. And as for us, the police, we will give you free lift and arrest you and take you to court to testify. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I think I went to our slide on page 22 where we did a comparative analysis. I think just to respond to member, it specifies that 23,691 teen pregnancies were reported in the province for the reporting period. There was a further 4,840 abortions that took place. So in total, it was 28,531 that can be constituted as statutory rape, because all of these children were under the age of 16. Versus social development reported 1,876 Form 22s where we reported these abuse, but not necessarily linked to the Department of Health's reporting. So what we're trying to demonstrate is a lack of synergy between the numbers that we are reporting. And my colleague at Health said there has to be a mandatory reporting platform so we are able to synergize our numbers, in addition to SAPS, if for the same reporting period had 257 reported cases of rape. So definitely a mandatory reporting platform so that we can find synergies in our numbers. I tried to wrap my head around the 480 million link, but I didn't get that clearly, Honourable Member. So maybe some clarity there and I can then respond on that. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I mean, you really added on to the numbers about the teenage pregnancy. What I wanted to highlight, Honourable Member, is that these figures that we are reporting, and I need to state this issue, at hand, to say the teenage pregnancy, actually we call them the lucky ones, because it's really complicated for these young ones, especially the 10-year-old to 14-year-olds, a very delicate period. So what they try to do, they only present in our facilities when they can't hide it anymore. So the health standard promotes that before 20 weeks, the woman must have went and had her first ANC. where all these different vitals can be taken, assessments can be made, and they can be, so that if there are any other issues that are picked up, they can be picked up at an earlier stage and be managed then. So they can avoid any adverse events. So these are hidden up until a point whereby they're even brought actually by a parent to say, I only realized now. And by that time, probably they're 2 months closer to giving birth. And it becomes, and the mother even says, are you guys able to terminate? Both their lives are at risk with regards to this. So what we're trying to highlight is that we are picking up only those that did not opt to have backstreet abortions. There are those. So this is a community issue. Also from that regard, we need to actually regulate the individuals that are performing those kind of abortions in the back streets, whatever, in their shacks or whatever, wherever they're performing those. Because these kids then further come to our facilities with infections of the blood, which is called sepsis, as a result of whatever terminations that they have made this particular small child consume so they can terminate the pregnancy. So it's a community-wide issue. Hence, I'm advocating for those sessions that we can have, either monthly or quarterly, so that health, DSD, security services, and also with security, remember, where a van goes, our EMS must follow. Because then our ambulances need to respond to a crime rate that has happened. Either it's a fatal wound or it's a rape case or whatever the case may be, then be able to accompany that person, manage it at an instant, stabilize, then take the person to the nearest facility. So I feel like the way we are working now is not really helping us in this regard. Let me leave it there for now. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Chairperson. And let me again thank you, Chairpersons of our social. It's very low.
You see, I was not the only one. You see.
Thank you very much, Chair. That's better. And let me again extend my gratitude and the organization's gratitude to the chairpersons of the Social Welfare Cluster of Parliament for taking this matter forward. Let me apologize because we had so many consultations and commitments that we had to deal with. But be that as it may, I just want to pose a few questions to the departments that are here. And I'm sure the chairpersons have already relayed the basis of this particular engagement and how it came about. So here is what is happening, Chair of Women. When a person is shot, they go to a hospital or a clinic, but they are never released until the police arrive. If they have a bullet wound, they are never released until a police arrives so that they can establish if the person was shot trying to escape, shot in an incident of whatever way. Once that is established, there can be a case, there cannot be a case. And this is what we're trying to drive, that once a child who is less than 16 years old is presented anywhere, whether at the clinic, whether at social development, whether at the school, discovered by a teacher that they are pregnant, whether at home, whether it's a neighbor or anyone, they must have a right to open a statutory rape case because this is a child. So already, Chair, we have established I think one fact and a shortfall is that there isn't a platform where there's synchronization of information. When a child is presented at a clinic, or rather, even at school, when a teacher discovers that a child is pregnant, there is no other platform where they take the case forward, besides waiting for a parent to say something. A parent might not say something, but the law should compel any other person who is in the space of that child to open a case. That's what we're trying to drive. And that having a space where that platform where there is synchronization of information is not there, that becomes challenge number one. And it's now an established fact that there is no exchange of information before the minister is giving us the statistics of whatever is in the country. Be that is a basic education giving us the statistics of children that came with teenage pregnancy at schools, but it hasn't gone through everyone else so that there is a solution at the end of the day. But there is another challenge, Chair, which I want to pose to the general. I think it's a general of the police. And I want to understand from the Gauteng perspective. The unit of FCS is not in each and every police station. It is in a cluster. Some police stations are fortunate because the offices of, or rather there is a room of FCS or the offices of FCS situated in that particular police station. But there is a bigger challenge where victims go to police station, not necessarily teenagers, and they have to wait for FCS, in particular after hours. Because FCS opens office work during the day, full complement. In the evening, there's one person or two for 5 police stations. Now you have a victim at police station A and a victim at police station B. That one police person must go fetch a victim and thoroughly assess that victim. Early hours of the morning, they are fetching a second victim. Do you think that victim is still sitting there, waiting for the police to come? And this is where the mentality of withdrawing the entire case comes from. I have interacted with these cases myself, where the situation is actually created by the lack of resource from the FCS. And I want to understand what becomes a solution around that area, because it is intertwined with what we're dealing with. And the second thing is, I want to check what informs the after hours standby in the on the perspective of Gauteng, and how do you do your deployment for the after hours in Gauteng? Then again, there is another thing I think I need to demystify this one. There is an issue of the age of consent in terms of engaging to sex, and then there is an age of marriage, which is 18, but we have age of consent, which is at 16. That age of consent, which is at 16, is not an accident. Same applies to access to sexual reproductive health care. It has been, I think the law was passed in our 5th parliament, where 12-year-olds can go and access sexual health reproductive health care. Why? Exactly the same reason you are advancing. You are raped by your own father. You present yourself as a child in a clinic when you realize something is wrong. But if we were to force you to come with your parent, which parent? because this is the same parent that is abusing you. Therefore, we are then driving an unintended consequence where children will have to bear children. So the laws that have been made are not by mistake, but what we have to do is to strengthen them. Once that child presents themselves, what becomes a process afterwards? They have presented themselves, you can't deny them their right to access to medical care. But what do you do about a 12-year-old that you know they have been raped? That's the process we need to deal with at this point. Same applies to 12-year-olds and anyone else who accesses prevention, medical prevention, and any other, like your STIs and everything. Once a child is presented at a clinic with an STI, that STI has been, it's evidence that the child has been in contact sexually with someone. So we need to establish, is this someone an adolescent or is this someone an adult? And that statistics has to be developed, but there should be a process afterwards, which the process should be, by the way, a criminal process that has to take place, wherein then the DSD comes in. I really don't want to be in your shoes, DSD, because really you are understaffed. That's an honest truth. But these things has to take place. It has to start somewhere. And we're here trying to find out from you, what is it that you can advise? Similarly to how a bullet wound patient comes to a clinic and is never released until there is police. We shouldn't release a child, whether in the clinic or in the school, in the classroom, whether you have passed the child on the streets, but we need to find a way, and you are experts in the field. How do we go about arresting this practice? Because evidence is there, the child is in the womb. And if we're going to deny these children right to medical care because they are younger, then we are subjecting them to illegal abortions. The illegal abortions are going to kill them, destroy their wombs, destroy their future, and in some instances, the perpetrators kill them when they are pregnant because now they are bearing evidence which is going to expose that they have been sleeping with them. So we need a solution at this point. In terms of, from your side, as experts, what must be done, and then instructing us as legislators, which law and processes must we put in place so that we arrest this. Thank you, Chair.
No, they are a bit late. Thank you, Honorable, for your questions. Now, in Gauteng, we've got 23 units of FCS. Now, the 23rd one is the unit that we call, is actually the section that we call SECI. It's a serial electronic crime investigation. They only deal with serial rapists and electronic crimes. Now, the 22nd now that is left is the units now that are investigating these sexual offenses. We have 146 police stations in Gauteng, of which the 22 units are divided into those police stations. Now, the units that you see that are still housed in the police stations are actually not having adequate accommodation for them not to be housed in the police stations. Some units are not housed in the police stations, which actually works better, especially for the minor victims. Now, what happens is when one goes to the police station and report a sexual offense, the police officers at the Client Service Center, they have got our standby roster. they know that for an example, for Katlehong FCS, they know that from Katlehong FCS, this person is on standby. That person becomes on standby for the duration agreed in the unit, 24 hours. It is not only one person that is on standby. It is groups that are formed in the units that are on standby. Some units prefer them 7 days, some do 5, some do 4 and 3. It depends on their stations that they are serving. But now what happens is that when a case is being opened there, they've got our standby numbers, they call the standby phones. If any chance the member on standby cannot be reached on the state phone, then a unit commander is called. If there is no joy from the unit commander, then I am personally called to intervene. So under no circumstances would we have situations whereby we're saying that our victims are not receiving assistance. Now what happens in the evening is that when the victims go to the police station, the stations are assisting us in only taking the complainant statement. The victim statement is taken by a trained member of FCS. So what they do is that they only take the statement of the person who's a complainant on behalf of a minor, then they take them to examination at the TCC. Now, whilst they are there, the same applies with the personnel at the TCC. They've got our standby rosters. They will then, this would now be the second time now, they would also alert the members on standby to say, listen, we've got a victim that has come for examination. Then they know that they prepare themselves to go there because our initial investigation starts there. When they go now and collect the victim from examination, they do preliminary investigation, of which it's stuff where they now find out whether the suspect can be arrested or what. But at all the police stations, with us, the units, we have a system of SAPS where all the reported cases are actually transferred to a certain FCS unit. Now, me as a provincial commander, now every day or every evening, I go into my system when I'm off duty and I check how many cases were actually referred to us. Then I start asking on the group, has these cases been reported and what is the status and what not? So there is actually a great working tool between us, the FCS, and the police stations. The fact that some of the units are sitting at the police station is not a privilege to that station. It's actually serving all the stations that are bound to be served under that certain FCS unit. And in the police stations also in the evening, we've got effective detectives that are doing general investigation. Those effective detectives also in the evening, they are of great assistance to the FCS, of which when the victim gets there and the victim says, but for example, I left the suspect at home and whatnot, so they take the visible policing and the effective detectives, they go and effect arrest, while the CS is still trying to get a member of the standby duties from the FCS. I don't know if I've answered you, Honorable. It depends solely on the units. There are units that have got, it depends solely on the units. If I am operating FCS X, and for an example, I've got 20 members. Now my members say, we want to do four groups, that's just an example. We want to do 4 groups, 7 days. Then they're all divided into those 4 groups, of which 1 week when you are on standby, you mainly concentrate on the standby. The other weeks when you are not, you still have got dockets that you have actually received on the previous weeks that you were on standby. Thank you.
Okay, thank you very much for the questions, Honorable Member. In terms of what should be done and also the recommendations to this committee, I think when we were reporting all the departments, we were indicating, because we were requested to outline what is it that we are recommending. So we've got detailed recommendations. But in line with this, I will say that what we need to do, because the Children's Act is very, very clear, Section 305 in terms of offenses, the most important thing now is just to enforce.
to enforce mandatory reporting with clear accountability. There in our presentation that it's there, it's legislated, so people must just, do it. And we already indicated that there is fragmented reporting. When you look at the report from health, education, social development, and for sure with what is with SAPS, you'll get different, numbers. So I think what calls for us as sister departments is just to go back to the drawing board and see how best we can synergize, so that when you look at health report, it must talk to social development report and also, Department of Education's report. I believe that can be done because within the criminal justice cluster, they've got the system, a web-based system, that you just click and you'll be able to track the numbers, because they were also struggling with number of children who have been assessed and who have been diverted, and hence the development of that system. So even with this, I believe that we can, maybe look at having a web-based system to improve on, on reporting and all that. But critical is just the enforcement, of the law, because it's there, it tells us what we should be doing, as government departments and also members of the community. I'm not sure if I've answered. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I thought I needed the mic because we've done with all the MPs, just to give my observations. I'm not going to ask any questions in the, because of time. And, I also didn't want to stop the question and answer session, because it's so important to have this sort of dialogue. And I'll be honest, I actually got more information out of this Q&A session than I did out of a lot of the presentations that we received. And that is a little bit concerning, because why do we have to interrogate to get the answers? And sometimes I know when departments come to present, they want to show us the good side and all the great things. But we work on the ground. We come from the ground, so we know what the realities are. Honorable Van der Merwe, it really pains me. I served in women, youth, and persons with disabilities from 2019 to 2024 for 5 years. And we were speaking about these issues 5-6 years ago. And we are still speaking about the same issues. The National Strategic Plan on GBVF speaks about collaboration. It speaks about what pillars goes to the different departments. So for departments to come here and tell us, oh, we need to collaborate better, well, duh. You should have been collaborating better. It doesn't do anything for the people and the children of this country for you to come here and say, we recommend doing, who are you recommending to? You are the implementers. You have to implement it. So you are recommending to yourself, essentially. We don't implement, you implement. And that is what you have to do. And so it's very disheartening, Chair. It's very disheartening that we sit here in 2025 and we are still saying what we are going to do. Children are being raped every single day, and we have the audacity to speak about what we still have to do. Unfortunately, it's not good enough anymore. And perhaps this inquiry was necessary because we know that there are issues, but perhaps this is the best way to put it on paper. And perhaps, as Honorable Mente said, look at what legislation needs to be tightened so that we can make sure that our children and young people are safe in this country and not just in Gauteng. I wanted to speak a little bit on the backlog that DOH spoke about around the evidence kits, and then the backlog at the DNA lab. And then somebody mentioned we should get paternity tests. We're going to wait until that child is 18 years old to get the results of the paternity test with the way that the DNA backlog is. I mean, we have cases of femicide that we are still waiting for DNA testing. And Gabby was rest in peace, Gabby was murdered 2 years ago. And the police is saying it will take 10 years to get the toxicology report. So the truth of the matter is, people are not safe in this country. Women are not safe in this country. Young girls and young boys are not safe in this country. And we often speak about young girls, and I'm glad we spoke a little bit about young boys and what they go through, the stigma that is attached to them, and the high amounts of abuse and rape and sexual assault that they face cannot go unnoticed. So to conclude, what I'm going to say is we all need to do better in this room, especially implementing agents. You know the stats. You know what is happening. Speak to your political principals, the MECs, if it's political will, the Premier. I mean, you were talking about a child's desk. Why isn't there a child's desk already when we know these issues have been happening for many years? So I'll just close on that it's very disheartening to sit in this meeting and to hear what the reality is. And I really hope that this inquiry can come out with strong recommendations that we can implement, or at least that departments can implement. Because our role as legislatures is to create legislature and to do oversight. That is our role. And we represent communities. So with that being said, I'm going to hand over to my co-chair, Honorable Kanile, who will also give her observation, but she will also then provide an opportunity for questions and the follow-up questions. So thank you.
I'm hearing voices. Colleagues, you're mumbling. We are almost done. We are wrapping up. Thank you very much. Yes, I'll definitely check with them. We don't want to close them out. We will give them an opportunity, Chair. Thank you very much, Co-Chair. I think I want to echo the same sentiments that have been expressed here. We are sitting with a crisis. As much as more work needs to be done in terms of behavior issues and how it's going to be addressed, and together with the community education, I think that needs to go simultaneously with ensuring that the rapes that have taken place, they're actually addressed. And also listening to the answers and the presentation that were given to us, it looks like we are taking few steps forward and few steps backward. Because when you are giving us the presentation, you have indicated that there are community and parent education. Yet at the same time during the Q&A, you are saying the issue of behavior needs to be addressed. Then the biggest question now becomes that what exactly are you educating the community on and the parents? And one would also want to find out, Ugutim, what is the tool that are you using to ascertain that the training that you are giving members of the community is yielding fruitful results? I also heard the DSD where they indicated that when a child is raped and the perpetrator is in the same home, they remove the child from home. They're going to put the child in a temporary shelter, then they're going to move the child to another one. I would like to find out, how do you arrive at a decision to remove the child after the child was violated? Because my take is that you are subjecting the child to another victimization. Why are you not removing the perpetrator so that the child can live comfortably? Then the perpetrator must move from shelter to shelter and suffer the consequences of their actions. And coming back to the issue that was presented by the Department of Health, it gave me goosebumps, where we were shown the number of young people. I think they were around the ages of 13, I'm speaking under correction. It was a big number that are contracting STI and HIV and AIDS. And then from all the number, there's a very big gap until you reach to a 30th and 34-year-old. This is an indication that these little kids are being infected by these adults. And something needs to be done about that. And my colleagues has indicated that we all have a responsibility. We have a responsibility to protect these kids. Through you, Chair, there's a presenter that said the child is violated, and if the case is not open, SAPS is not going to do the arrest. Who is supposed to open these cases? According to Children's Act 38 of 2005, 110 subsection 1, it clearly states who should open the case. Each and every individual in each and every profession, it clearly states who must open the case. We open the cases of members of parliament. Who is protecting us? When you are sitting here telling us that when you go and open the cases, who's going to protect you? Who's protecting us? And who's protecting these children? Let us not be selfish, colleagues. We have a country to serve. We chose this job. Let us do it and make sure that the people that we serve feel protected. And when we are here, I'm closing, Chairperson, we are not here to try and find the wrongs from the departments. When you conduct oversights, the intention is to find out what challenges do you have and how can we assist you to address them. In Parliament, we sit in various portfolio committees. I think you have picked up during the presentations or the introductions, apologies for that we represent different political parties. So the issues that we are getting here are the issues that we're going to take to our colleagues in various portfolios. They're going to make sure that they're being addressed with the ministers. As Honorable Member has indicated, on issues where we need to strengthen the legislation, that is what we are going to do. But if you are sitting here and you are hiding the issues that you are faced with, where are you going to get the help? Parliament is a parliament of the people. We are mandated by the voters to go and represent them and speak for them in Parliament. And you are the first people that they are in contact with. So you have all the answers, you have the challenges. Please bring them forward. We want to help you to find solution, and we want to help members of the community on the ground to have solutions to their problems as well. Chairperson, with that being said, I'd like to find out from our honorable councillors if we have any hands. Maybe they have one or two questions as well that they'd like to ask. We apologize that we have gone way past time, but we do understand the sensitivity of this issue. I am a mother myself. When I hear about these issues that somebody is sleeping with a 9-year-old, to me, it makes my head spin. Because imagine if this was a child. We have lots of members of the community within our communities that are illiterate. They don't even know their rights. We know their rights. Let us protect them. Honorable councillors. Chairperson, apologies. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Co-Chair. We do not have any other questions. I think the members, honorable members, have covered us. Also in your opinions, but I just want to mention one thing. I was sitting here listening to the responses by SAPS. The posture in which those answers were given. I don't think any member of society will be comfortable going to her to open a case, especially of such in the sensitivity of what we are discussing here. I felt that it was condescending in a manner of which we are in a fact-finding mission to find solutions, as Honorable Member had said, saying we are here because you are practitioners, you're on the ground, you are doing this work on a daily basis. There are legislative bottlenecks that you are faced with. And we are here to say, what are those legislative bottlenecks that you are facing, so that by the time you go to Parliament, you are able to unlock and iron those out so that legislation can serve the people and allow you to serve the people. But if we're met with responses in this manner, as if there's an attack from Parliament or from the legislative side into the officials, then from me it cringes to saying, how then are we serving our people on the ground? Thank you very much for this opportunity. As the City of Johannesburg GOD Committee, we really appreciate the time and the invitation that you've given us. Thank you, Chair.
Colleagues, my job now is to simply thank all of you for your time today. Thank you for being here with us. I'm sorry that we went a little bit over time, but this is a national crisis and our children deserve better. And I think everybody, you know, the inputs that we got today from each honourable member, from you, the councillors, really it's been heartwarming, because it shows that we are united in our resolve of wanting to do more for our children. I want to say that we've listened to your recommendations, we've heard your challenges, We've heard about the challenges with resources, the lack of social workers. But one issue for me that stands out, we've got beautiful laws that requires us to report rape of our children. And yet we are sitting here, and I don't think a single social worker, a single nurse, a single teacher has been held accountable for not reporting statutory rape. And we need to find a solution, because I want to remind you, as one of the presentations said, we are constitutionally and morally obligated to protect our children. Because if we don't, who will? And what society will we have left in South Africa if we don't stand up and protect our children? So yes, I want to say thank you for your contributions, but today again highlighted for me that we've got a lot of work to do. I don't know how we'll fix the problems around mandatory reporting, because I understand the challenges that have been raised from the teachers in terms of the challenges that you face. But like Honorable Mente said, you go into a hospital, you are shot, you don't leave there without a case being opened. So why should that not be the case for our children? And again, I want to say also, as Honorable Ngobeni had said, this points to a value crisis within our society, a moral crisis. And again, it is our responsibility to change that. But thanks again, and thanking the delegation from Parliament that's here that came to support us. Thank you to Mr. Brown as well, there with his team, our support team here, and Ms. Giba with her personnel. Thank you very much. Thank you to my co-chairs. You've been brilliant. I think I will give my job to you going forward. Thank you very much to Honorable Mente that joined us. It's the party who sponsored the motion in the first place. So thank you very much. We continue the work tomorrow by engaging with civil society, which will be an important discussion. From there, the Portfolio Committee on Health, Basic Education, Women, Youth and Persons with Disabilities will travel to East London. From there, we go back to Parliament to further interrogate statutory rape. And we will again call you if we need more answers. And then from there, we plan to table a report to the National Assembly by the 30th of November. The Speaker has asked us to come back and tell her what are the challenges, what are the recommendations, and what legislation must be reviewed. We will do that by the 30th of November, and from there we might even propose a further engagements with communities in the new year. But thank you very much, and thank you so much for your time. Thank you for your inputs, and keep up the good work. We have to do it for our children. Thank you.